All right, final chapter. Let's go. Matsuribayashi. At least let it end with a blissful dream. Festival accompanying chapter. The riddle you have been trusted with solving now finally becomes unraveled. What must be done to stop the chain? And what will happen in the ultimate end? It is a showdown between the conclusion you reached and the one I reached. There is no difficulty. You should understand that now. Everyone is entitled to happiness. The difficult part is accepting that. Everyone is entitled to happiness. The difficult part is fulfilling that. I too am entitled to happiness. The difficult part is working out the compromise. The study was filled with piles of books and papers. In that study there was a full-figured old man writing something at his desk in utmost concentration. There was also a little girl sorting out papers on the carpet. She almost looked as though she was playing with them, but the serious expression she was wearing made it clear that she was not. Grandpa, I am done sorting them out. Thank you. Let's see. What happened? Look, there are lots of people with the same symptoms. It is way higher than the national average. That is exactly what I expected. There is an intriguing tree over here too. It discusses psychosurgery and civilization. It also predicts the existence of parasites that inhabit the frontal lobe. The frontal lobe is what causes emotions. That is right. Emotions are not created by the heart. They are just side effects of the chemicals secreted by the organ known as the brain. If parasites capable of acting on that organ did exist and spread to create a colony, then that colony's thoughts would be unified. So are parasites the cause of the spread of ideology? When ideologies clash, is that because different parasites are competing to expand their habitat? That or to expand religion, to expand national borders, or to expand a race? It is hypothesized that our differing cultural communities and their conflict are the result of parasites influencing human thoughts. There are people in other countries who think the same thing as you, Grandpa. Of course there are. There are countless parasites on this earth. It is well known that some coexist with their hosts and some control their hosts. We have also discovered plenty of parasites that infect humans. Yet despite that, we adamantly deny the possibility that parasites could infect humans and control their hosts. Even the hypothesis of such a thing. Why do you think that is? Humans are not special in any way. Because that hypothesis would also mean changing our view to see the spread of ideologies from the perspective of epidemiology. If conflicts in ideology can be resolved through debate, then they are peaceful. But if those conflicts occur epidemically, they become frightening. And if one were to treat bad thoughts or the spread of culture as an epidemic, think about the Black Plague in Europe during the Middle Ages. A vile, infectious disease spread. They forced infected people into hospitals and did not release them until they completely recovered. Some even died in those hospitals. They burned their corpses. They confiscated and burned everything those patients touched for fear the plague infected it. They even suspected families of infection and forced them into hospitals. So they would hospitalize healthy people over individual ideas. Replace an idea with a disease. The rest is the same. Patients will not be released until they completely recover. People burn everything that may have been touched by the patient. They force the patient's family to go to the hospital. People are free to think what they will, right? Thoughts are not pests. If an idea was created by parasites, it would be exactly the same as a plague. In other words, an idea is like an incurable epidemic. So you mean anyone with a different idea is treated like they have a disease? That's right. If we bring this to its logical conclusion, parasites could be responsible for mass murders of people belonging to different races or religions. But this can be seen as justifying genocide. Therefore, talking about parasites in brains has been taboo since that war. What does taboo mean? It means something people should not get involved with. That is why nobody researches these things. Nobody even remembers anything about parasites that live in the brain. They assume that parasites which control humans simply do not exist. That is almost funny. How can they prove something does not exist? That is just impossible. Exactly. Proving that the devil exists is easy. You just have to show him to someone. But you cannot prove he does not exist. You cannot show somebody something that does not exist. It is almost as if the parasites in the brain are controlling people so that they can keep their own existence a secret. Me and my grandfather shared a happy laugh together. Humans are simply another animal in this natural world. We might be at the top of the food chain, but it is foolish to think that we are superior to others. Humans can be controlled by parasites. Just because the existence of such parasites has not been proven does not mean they do not exist. They exist. I know they do. That has happened before in the scientific world, right? That is right. Not all scientists are recognized for their work while they are alive. There were many who were ridiculed and could not prove their theories to be true. But Grandpa, I hope your theory will be recognized before you die. Otherwise, it would be so sad. Do not worry. God does not ignore people who work hard. Hard work always pays off in the end. But when will that happen? Nobody knows when God is going to descend from heaven, just like you never know when you will be robbed. So we always have to be alert and ready so that we do not miss our chance. That was something that my grandfather said all the time. Nobody knows when efforts will bear fruit, but it will happen one day. That is why you must always work hard, so you have no regrets when the time comes. Your efforts will bear fruit someday. That is what he meant. But is it going to happen before you die? Even though there were so many scientists whose work were not recognized while they were alive? That was such a cruel thing to say. But I did not mean to be cruel. I had seen how hard my grandfather had been working, and I also knew he would not live forever. I just wanted his work to gain recognition before he died. Do you know of the resurrection of Jesus Christ? Yeah, he was crucified and resurrected after 3 days. You told me about it. How do you think Jesus was resurrected? Did he not just get up as if he was waking up in the morning? He was buried after his execution, so his body was in the ground. Did he break open the tombstone and crawl out like a zombie? No, no, that would not be called a resurrection. The sinners who killed Jesus imagined exactly the same thing. Jesus predicted just before he was executed that he would come back to life after 3 days. The sinners buried Jesus, sealed his tomb, and posted guards to watch over it. But what Jesus meant was not that he would resurrect physically. He meant his teachings would be resurrected. After 3 days, Jesus' teachings were resurrected, and people regained their belief. The hearts of those who wanted to be shown the proper way revived his teachings. That is what the resurrection of Jesus is all about. He came back to life in the hearts of his believers. Jesus does not exist physically on this earth, but he exists in people's hearts. In other words, that is when Jesus became an existence superior to humans. Even if it is after the author's death, as long as his work receives a fair evaluation, it will live again as a great achievement. Even if my body is gone by then, my life will return and receive recognition. Does that mean you'll become a god just like Jesus did? Indeed, my research will be recognized for what it is someday. That is when I will become a god. That is why I am not in a rush to achieve that recognition. I do not know when that day will come. God does not know that either. But the day will come. That's why I need to continue to work as hard as I can. It was very sad to hear my grandfather say that his life would end one day. He was not ill and he did not only have a few years left to live. But set next to the average lifespan, his remaining years did not look like much. The only person left in my life was my grandfather, so I did not even want to consider what it would be like with him gone. Grandfather must have remembered that I did not like to talk about that subject. With a tender smile, he gently patted my head. Of course, I want my research to be recognized before I die. I will do my best. I will do my best to help you too. I purposely did not mention the before you die part. I caught myself before I said it. Thank you. That makes me very happy to hear. Grandfather smiled in satisfaction. His research was not exactly outrageous. He was not trying to uncover the mysteries of the universe. He was only searching for the possibility that parasites could be responsible for human behavior. Nothing more than that. Nothing outrageous. It really was not a wild idea. We even had some leads. Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone City. The villagers there are possessed by powerful homesickness. When they are unable to return, they allegedly behave abnormally, as if they are cursed. There are also some bizarre rules in place in the village based on their belief system. When he was working with the military during the war, my grandfather noticed similarities between people in Hinamizawa and assumed that some kind of existence was responsible for their odd behavior. He had been researching it ever since then. In the middle of the 20th century, numerous strange diseases were discovered all over Japan. Most of them were caused by infectious parasites, and people started to pay attention to this forgotten field of study. Grandfather's research was simply one of those investigations into such diseases. Therefore, he believed it would be published amongst other research and attain recognition soon. But if his research did not bear fruit before his death, I wanted to continue it. I wanted to continue his research. Grandfather taught me. Resurrection is not something that happens physically. It is when your life's work is appreciated. That is what he meant by resurrection. That is when he will become a god. So when my grandfather dies, he will still be with me forever. I would not have to be alone ever again. I will always be with my grandpa. Our works will gain
Stream
recognition,
elements.
and we will both become
Set.
gods, gaining
Stay
eternal
thirsty, my
peace.
friends. Hydrate.
I will make my grandfather into a god. I will become a god. Therefore, we will be granted eternity. We will be together forever and ever. I was looking at the key on the keychain. The key was labeled hen house, but the lock Erico was trying to open did not belong to that door. It should have opened effortlessly. At least that is what was supposed to happen. But it did not open. I noticed beads of sweat forming on Erico's forehead. She was the one who came up with this idea. Erico was starting to panic. The rest of us started to panic too. This only opens the hen house. Let's stop. Let's go back. We were supposed to be cleaning out the hen house. If they found us back here, if they found out why we were here and why we were trying to open up the lock to the back door, then all four of us were sure to be sentenced to Splayed Piggy. Do not panic, Eriko. That key opens this lock, right? You already tried it, right? Will you shut up for a minute? This is the right key. It is just hard to open, that is all. She was almost shrieking. Our hearts were pounding loudly. It was as though the sound of our heartbeats were echoing throughout the hallway. And at that point we heard footsteps that did not belong to a child. Somebody is coming. The three of us held our breath, but Eriko did not hear it. She kept fussing with the lock and the key, as if everything would be okay if she could just open the lock. Eriko, somebody is coming. Be quiet. I know this is the right key. I am not dreaming. I already tried it and opened it. Come on. Why is this not working? When this lock is open, we can be happy and we can say goodbye to this hell. Eriko, someone is coming. My father and mother died. I do not know exactly how old they were. I was too young to remember. They went shopping without me, and that must be why they were punished. It was a train accident. What a terrible disaster. A lot of people died in that incident. But maybe my father was one of the lucky ones. He was still alive when he arrived at the hospital, so he was able to share his final words with me. My mother died instantly. Daddy, I did not want to admit that this person I could hardly recognize was my father. As I called out to him, I hoped that was someone else instead. But, unfortunately, it was my father. Maybe I should not have woken him, because when I woke him up, he was reminded of the miserable agony that he had forgotten. Daddy, he tried to remove his right arm so he could pat my head, but his arm was wrapped in bandages and his hand was no longer there. I could not find his hand anywhere on the bed. I only had scary memories of his right hand. Its main job was to slap me when I did something bad, but I'd never wished it to be gone. Besides, that hand also patted my head, even though that only happened a few times. It was a big, warm hand and it stroked my head very gently, but no matter what good deeds I did, he could no longer rub my head. No, his hand was the least of his worries. He had to go into emergency surgery. The doctors already warned me that the chance of him surviving was very low. That was why I was allowed to see him regardless of his condition. Not only could he no longer rub my head, he might be gone forever. Daddy, the surgery will make you better, right? Daddy, you will get better, right? Right? Listen carefully. Your daddy might not make it. Even if I die, you have to be strong, okay? No, you will get better. The doctor is going to make you better, so you are not going to die. He was a stubborn and old-fashioned father. He believed endurance was a virtue, and he never complained about anything. That was why I could not believe he actually said he might not make it. I tried desperately to deny his words, but even that wish would not prolong his life. My father, knowing his time was limited, tried to tell me some important things, but I interrupted his efforts by crying like a baby. I just wanted him to slap me, just like he used to do every time I cried like a baby, but he would never slap me again. Listen well, your mother and I both lost all of our family in the war, so after I am dead there will not be anyone left to take care of you. He did not need to tell me that. My parents used to tell me that all the time, so I was aware of that fact. In other words, my father was the only relative I had left in this entire world. If I die, you can count on Dr. Takano. Dr. Haifumi Takano. Can you say it? Hi. Hifumi Takano. That is right, Dr. Hifumi Takano. He is my former teacher. He will help you. Daddy. Many doctors came into the room in a hurry. He wanted to tell me something else, but the doctor stopped him from talking, so I was not able to hear him. I was kicked out of the room. I did not know what to do. Nobody told me how my father was doing or when the surgery was going to start, and nobody told me that was going to be the last conversation I ever had with my father. I think I asked people at the government office about Dr. Takano. They would ask if I knew his phone number. I said I did not. When they did not ask me anything further, sometimes they told me they would look into it, but nothing led to anything. They could not find me a guardian, so I ended up going to an orphanage. At the time, there were plenty of orphans from the war. So although there were many orphanages around, they were all full. There were also some orphanages run by civilians. I was sent to one of those civilian orphanages. There was no profit to be had in taking in an orphan in the first place, so I thought those civilians were running orphanages must have been very good people. I was sure they hoped that the children would grow in this loving environment and enter into society with a sense of gratitude. But reality is not so kind. How many children in this world can actually express their gratitude towards their parents in the first place? Children are supposed to be nurtured by their parents' love. Therefore, when that environment is destroyed, their hearts are wounded. Every child has his or her own personality. Receiving affection does not guarantee that child will become someone angelic. Not everyone's heart can be healed. That was why there were some problem kids at the orphanage. Maybe I should not call them problem kids, though. The sadness and despair of losing their parents and the anger at having to hide such feelings filled those kids' hearts. Spending time individually with the children could have solved their problems. But at the orphanage where I was, none of the staff members even tried to spend time with them or put in an effort to understand them. All they could do was make sure that the kids followed the rules. Therefore, they could only see the children's emotional pleas for help as problems. In this world, nobody expresses love without expecting something in return. The person who founded that orphanage was expecting something in return as well. He wanted the children to appreciate him. That was why such a faint dream was destroyed by cruel reality. The children called the orphanage a prison, and nobody appreciated the staff at all. In fact, all they did was complain. That made the staff slowly realize that love alone could not run a faculty like that. Just like how the children called it a prison, the staff started to recognize the faculty as a prison too. It was a chain reaction resulting from mistrust on both sides. The staff bound the children with rules so they could suppress the problem behavior. There was a framed picture of the founder of this orphanage, but I had never seen him in person. Was he satisfied with the fact that he put his own money into this social service? Or maybe he finally realized his dream of being surrounded by angelic children and being celebrated for what he did was simply that, a dream. I do not know, but there is one thing I am certain of. Such a dream did not exist at the orphanage. There were so many rules and several plausible standards outlined for us, but the most valued one was silence. Children's chatter tends to increase each other's volume, just like mics drawing closer, and sometimes that leads to fights and the disturbance of order. So children were forbidden from speaking with each other. With those disallowed, they must have thought things would go smoothly. However, I think I always heard people's voices at the orphanage. There were two kinds of voices. One was the staff yelling, and the other was the children crying. We were not allowed to walk around inside of the orphanage freely, so we never knew who it was that was crying. One time, along with the crying and yelling, we heard the noise of metallic things being smashed against each other. We knew it was some kind of punishment, but there was no way for us to even imagine what it was. We trembled, pretended we did not hear anything, and kept working on our assignments. One of my roommates told me it was the casket punishment, but she did not tell me any further, and I did not want to know either. Even if we behaved exactly the same way as yesterday, if the staff were in a bad mood, they might pick on us. So, even if I did not want to know, I might suddenly find out what the casket punishment is one day. The footsteps of a staff member were getting closer. We noticed them, so we strained our backs and pretended we were studying hard. It was more important that the staff saw us doing so than us actually getting any work done. I noticed the girl next to me was falling asleep, so I poked her with my elbow. She noticed my signal and strained her back like the other children. It was almost evening. This was the hardest time for us to keep ourselves awake, and the most dangerous time. The door to our room opened and a mean-looking man showed up. Then he looked around to make sure none of us were falling asleep. Even if we were actually studying hard, if he thought we were asleep, we were out. That was why we had to make sure we appeared to be studying very hard. The man walked around our desks. I hoped he would just walk by me. That was what we all prayed as we kept working on our homework. The more we pretended to study hard, the more we could hear the sound of metal objects. The sound of metal objects crashing into each other, along with screams. We could not even imagine what the poor subject of that punishment was going through. Maybe there was something even worse than the casket punishment. To erase such fears, we tried to concentrate even harder on our work. We kept working, as the metal sounds and the screams went on forever. The only time we were allowed to exchange words with our roommates was right after turning the lights off to go to bed. Being located in the middle of the mountains, the orphanage was very quiet at night. After making sure the staff members were far enough from our room, we enjoyed talking among ourselves. That was the only leisure time allowed to us, though it was not anything nice like enjoying pleasant conversation. Why? Because we mostly talked about others behind their backs. We spoke of things like that member of staff is only strict or unfair or malicious towards this person, and so on. We just repeated those topics forever until someone could not keep themselves awake anymore. We even discussed how we could get back at the staff, and we took revenge on all of them in our imagination. Some kids even started to cry when talking about it, difficult as it was for us. Although the subjects we spoke of were negative, talking about them was the only way to vent our frustration, and even though we felt despair about tomorrow, we were able to fall asleep. But sometimes a different subject popped up. It was about the Yuri-gaoka House of Love and Mercy on the other side of the river. Yeah, over there I hear they get not only nap time, but snack time too. Plus their president is a very nice person. The House of Love and Mercy was a privately run orphanage, just like the one I was at. But it was very kind faculty, unlike ours. It seemed like a fantasy land compared to our current environment. A few years before, when this place was a lot worse, a few children tried to escape. It was hard to believe. There was a time when this orphanage was even worse to live at. Supposedly 3 or 4 people tried to escape. I do not know the exact number though. They headed to the House of Love and Mercy. Their escape was a success. Except for one unlucky child, they were able to get to the property of the House of Love and Mercy. I guess the staff could not follow them into the other orphanage's property. In other words, the other faculty's property had to be out of their jurisdiction. The staff were frustrated that kids got away from them, and they dragged the one they caught back here. I am sure they wanted to bring the others who got away from them too. I am certain the staff were determined not to let a single one escape. It was easy to see that determination in the obstinate way they locked the place up after that event. But they were never able to bring back the ones that got away. No matter how much the staff were mortified, they could not reclaim the children and punish them. In other words, if you could make it to the house of love and mercy, then you could escape the evil clutches of this hell. On the other hand, the one they caught went through such misery afterwards. Yet the exact details of how he was punished were never passed down. All that remained were ominous phrases left by those who knew him at the time. The drowned ducky, the mashed caterpillar, the splayed piggy. I cannot even imagine what kind of punishments they were. The only thing I can say is that those punishments were supposed to be far more harsh than the casket punishment, which was the most cruel punishment I knew of at the time. I can only imagine how horrible those punishments were from their ominous names. After that, the captured kid's wish came true, and he was able to leave the orphanage. Was he able to leave this orphanage safely and enjoy his freedom while breathing in fresh air under the blue sky? Well, according to the rumors, that was not what happened at all. While he was playing in the boiler room, he slipped and fell, injured his brain, and died. The children were instructed not to go into the boiler room after that incident. Everyone knew the boiler room was always locked. So everyone knew he was killed. And not just that. He was killed after being tortured. He was killed to teach the other children that they would face hell on earth if they tried to escape. Yet those who faced that risk and made it out obtained ordinary, average lives full of love and mercy's namesake, which were far better conditions than we lived in here. Maybe the house of love and mercy was really heaven. Maybe all the orphanages are pretty much the same. But compared to my orphanage, I bet anything else would have been better. Maybe even if someone escaped successfully, the police would catch him. Then he would be sent back to the orphanage, which would be pretty much the same as being killed. However, if he could reach the house of love and mercy, they would take him in. They would not send him back. By talking about escaping to the house of love and mercy, we were trying to forget how cruel reality was to us. Then one day, the leader of our group, Eriko, said to us quietly, "Would you try to escape if you had a chance to?" Who did not want to escape from here? It was a rather foolish question, but that was not what she meant. If there was a chance to escape, would you take that chance, knowing what you had to go through if you got caught? That was what she meant. Not one of us could answer immediately. If the previous escape incident was a total success, then we might have thought differently. But after that, the orphanage had tightened up security to prevent runaways. All the doors and windows were locked heavily, and it would not be at all easy to get out. Even if another group escape was planned, the success rate would be very low. 3 escaped and 1 was caught before. Maybe 2 would be caught next time. No, maybe everyone would be. If I could, I would want to escape. But the house of love and mercy is so far away. The bridge is long, too. We will all be caught before we get there. Besides, we cannot even go outside. Everything is locked up. There were locks all over the orphanage. To escape, you would need a key for both the inside and the outside, and after the lights were turned off, even each section of the hallway was individually locked. Make no mistake, this was a prison. According to the rumors, orphanages receive government funding depending on the number of children they house. So, if anyone escapes, they lose money. Also, if we were to expose to conditions at the orphanage, they would end up being inspected, and things would get complicated for them. That was why they were so intent on keeping us locked up. Sure, if there was a chance, I would want to escape, but realistically, there is no way we could. Every door is locked. Well, did you know? The hen house in the courtyard uses the same key as the door to the back stairs. Really? Ericos justus. Sometimes mass-produced locks take the same key. Of course, most places use different types of locks, so this won't not happen. But the staff at the orphanage must have overlooked it. So there were two locks that used the same key at the orphanage. However, most of us never had a chance to even touch the keys. But there were a few exceptions. One of those was the hen house. Each room group took turns taking care of different chores. If your group was assigned to clean the hen house, you would have to get the key to it from the teacher's office. You were supposed to return the key immediately after you were done. But while taking care of the hen house, the key was in the children's hands. While the staff would occasionally come around to check, they could not keep an eye on us forever. Eriko-chan, you are not thinking about using that key, are you? Let's not. It is too dangerous. Of course it is dangerous if there's only one of us. But it's different if we are in a group. Why? Do you know why only one kid was caught the last time they tried to escape? They were desperate, and so to escape as a group they did something to increase the chance of success. That was why only one of them was caught. What did they do? They scattered as they ran. They dashed in different directions. They waited until the day when there were only a few people working at the orphanage and ran this way and that. And so, although it all depended on luck, it would increase the chance of success for sure. On your own, you would probably have no hope, but if the staff were to chase after other children, then your own chance of escaping successfully would increase. In other words, Ergo was inviting us to escape with her. The more children joined, the more each of our chances would increase. But among us, there were children who tattled to the staff for their own benefit, so she had to be very careful about who she talked to. Eriko must have trusted us a lot. Eriko, me, Tomomi, and Kikuko. 4 children. Do any of you want to stay here a day longer? The three of us shook our heads, but at the same time we could not agree to escape with her either. Of course we do not want to stay here a day longer, or even an hour longer. Even if we did exactly the same thing as we did yesterday, we might get yelled at tomorrow. I cannot stand this anymore. I cannot stand living in fear of what to do and what not to do, so I will not be yelled at. We all feel the same way. We could endure strict rules, but it was almost impossible to endure vague ones. It was not too much of a stretch to say that the rules depended on the mood of the staff. This is okay, that is not okay. Such borderline rules change daily. If we were to say anything about that, we would be treated horribly for it. I will escape even if I have to do it alone. Like I said, the more people that join, the better our chance. Think about it. If they find out about this hen-house key trick, they are sure to change the lock on the back door. In other words, we only have one chance. So even if you regret not joining in later, it will be too late. But I am scared. I am scared too. If we get caught, we will be killed. Tomomi and Kikuko were not the only ones who felt afraid. The fear was perfectly understandable, because all of a sudden the fear of the punishment that would follow had become very realistic. I'm sure Eriko felt the same way, but her courage was surpassing her fear, and because of that she shared her idea with us. So, do you plan to stay here forever? No way. I know you are scared, but this is the only chance we have. You have to be brave just this once. What about you, Miyoko? Do you not want to go with me? Unlike Tomomi and Kikuko, I was not trembling that much. Of course I was scared in my own way, but compared to the other two I must have appeared rather calm. Can we really escape? Of course, Eriko could not guarantee our success, but I had to ask her anyway. There is no guarantee, but if you join me, I will have a better chance of escaping than trying to run on my own. Of course, the same goes for you too. Eriko gave a calculated reason, but I am sure she just wanted a friend to agree with her. That was probably more important to her than increasing her chances to escape. Tomomi, Kikuko, if you are too scared, then I will not force you. Miyoko and I will escape ourselves. 2 is enough. Well, Eriko rushed the 2 to make up their minds. It almost looked cold, but that was her way of mustering their courage, because it was very possible that, regardless of the outcome of our escape attempt, as our roommates, those 2 would be held responsible. It is not like we will do it tomorrow. Our turn to take care of the henhouse is in a week. We will wait for the perfect time to do it. If we do not feel that it is safe, then we will wait until our next turn. We will be very careful. The rotation of the staff and the timing were important, but we also each had to know the way to the House of Love and Mercy. We were planning to split up, so we had to know the area. I made up my mind. Okay, I am coming with you, but last time our escape very carefully, okay? Of course. We will be killed if we get caught. I do not want to die. I will come too. Me too. Tomomi and Kikuko agreed, and so we all decided to escape as a group. We waited for the perfect opportunity. We waited for the day where only a few staff members were at the orphanage, and we decided to let God take care of the rest. It is open. Maybe it was the way I did it. Eriko tried to open the lock several times without success, but I got it open on the first attempt. The back door opened slowly, and we felt a cool breeze. This was not the world of freedom just yet. In fact, it was the exact opposite. If the staff were to find out we were here, we would be in big trouble. It was a world of danger. But unless we went through that dangerous world, we would not be able to go any further. Okay, let us go. I think Eriko wanted to say that. We were planning to leave that as our cue. But what we heard instead was not Eriko's voice. What are you kids doing there? We started to run. It was raining. We all got soaked immediately and our clothes stuck to our skin. While that would normally be very uncomfortable, we could not even stop to think about that. We could only keep running in the rain. We were dashing on gravel, but felt more like trudging through a muddy rice field. My feet kept sinking and I could not pull them up. I was frustrated because no matter how fast I tried to run, I was not gaining any speed. I felt a sense of urgency. I heard someone yelling escape behind me, and all I could do was run like crazy. Okay, everyone go in different directions. Scatter. Come on, scatter. With Erika's cue, we all went different ways, hoping they would not be coming after us. Would we be able to reunite safely at the House of Love and Mercy? All 4 of us there together. Or maybe someone would be missing. No, maybe. Everyone else would make it, and I would be the one who gets caught. My thoughts were interrupted by the voice of a staff member coming from behind me. Hold it. Hold it right there. The staff members should have numbered fewer than us, so if I was lucky they would not be coming after me. Praying that the staff voices I heard in the distance were not after me, I looked back for a moment. If I had time to turn around, why did I not take another step forward? Why did I not try to escape further? As I turned around, I felt a huge hand covering my face. Its pinky finger slipped into my open mouth. The hand grabbing my face shoved me into the muddy gravel. Of course, I did not stay quiet. I fought back, and then I saw his face. It was the scariest face I had ever seen. I realized it immediately. He only wanted to capture me alive to use me as an example. And considering what would happen to me afterwards, killing me here on the spot would not pose any problem, right? Yes, he looked at me with unworldly hate, ready to end my life here and now. His pinky finger ended up touching my tongue. The indescribably nasty taste and icky feeling through my whole body. That is it. This is what my murder tastes like. He was going to shove that finger down my windpipe and suffocate me, and so in order to live I fought back in the only way I could. Something warm filled my mouth. It felt like swallowing blood after a nosebleed. I spit from my mouth and ran without turning around, leaving behind the staff member clutching his pinky finger. "You little shit! I will kill you!" I heard his roars echoing behind me. It was not a man that was after me. It was a beast. He had no interest in capturing me. His only goal was to see me dead. My shoes had slipped off. They were not sneakers, so they came off easily while I was running like mad. My bare feet struck the gravel over and over. It was painful, but I did not care, because if that stopped, I knew what would happen to me. Tree branches cut my face and barbed wires scratched my thighs. My feet and toes were bloody from running on gravel. The blood from the staff member's pinky finger dripped down from my mouth, staining my chin and chest. I was running for my life with scratches and cuts all over my body. If I were to get caught, I would be killed. If my pursuer had any sense, then I would be killed after being tortured. But if he did not, I would be killed on the spot. I do not want to be killed. I do not want to be killed. My lungs and heart were about to explode. My mind was blank from fear and lack of oxygen. I was about to lose consciousness. I might have given in if I did not hear the voice of the staff member coming after me. My knees were shaking. My legs would not move properly. I felt like I was going to fall like a puppet without strings. But I could not fall. I could not fall just yet. It was too late. My face had hit the gravel. I felt the awful sensation of falling, and immediately after, the roar of the beast coming from behind me. "Damn you! My finger! My finger!" I must have hit my thigh against the steering wheel when I jumped. I can feel the throbbing pain, delayed slightly. I am sweating all over. I wiped the sweat on my forehead and put my hand on my chest, only then realizing how fast my heart was beating. I rubbed my thigh. I rubbed it in a straight line. That is not where I hit the steering wheel, but I feel like this is where it hurts. I cannot see a scary beast in the moonlit car. I have my shoes on, and I am not covered in blood. My toes are fine too. Someone knocked on the window, startling me. "Major, it is time." "Thank you." I wanted to take a nap, so I told him to come wake me up in an hour. Maybe an hour was too long. Too long a nap actually makes you tired. I put my seat back up and got out of the car. The cool breeze feels good on my skin. I only see the moon. There is nothing else to see on this mountain trail. My car and the command vehicle disguised as a trailer are parked on the side of the street. I can still feel that bad taste in my mouth. I spat out on the side of the street, but even that could not get rid of it. The taste of blood, saliva, and rain. Sweat from my forehead and raindrops got into my mouth, but I could not swallow, so I ended up drooling. That sensation around my lips brought back memories, and I tried to wipe my mouth. Maybe I am nervous. That's why I had such a bad dream. I think there's a coffee machine in the command vehicle. An unpleasant cup of coffee will wake me up. So, has anything happened yet? No, not yet. We just got Gifu's scheduled check-in. Everything is okay over there. I see. Could someone make me a cup of coffee? Sure. Cream and sugar? Just cream, please. No. Please put in some sugar too. I still have a bad taste in my mouth. The feeling of biting and crushing his little finger and his filthy blood filling my mouth. I am sure a sweeter cup of coffee will wash down that bad taste and also wake me up from my nightmare completely. Oh, okay. Banquet back end over. One more speaker, then the toast starts. Are you ready? This is the back end. We are ready. We cannot hear anything from inside, so please give us a cue when the speech is wrapping up. Listen up. 10 bottles of beer per table. Make sure to deliver them to your areas smoothly. Young hotel workers dressed smartly in bow ties pulled bottle after bottle out of the beer cases, preparing for the toast. They waited for their cue to serve the drinks while listening through the intercom. At a normal party, they could put bottles of beer on the table ahead of time, but if there was a lecture before the party, then they could not. Guests do not mind sushi going dry due to a long speech, but they do not like seeing their tables get wet with condensation from the bottles of beer. And more than anything, they certainly do not want to drink warm beer. That is why beer has to be served right before a toast. However, there is always a speech before a toast, and usually a long one, especially at a big party like this. There are lots of guests that give speeches, so it is extremely difficult to know when to serve. For that reason, the bottles end up sitting outside by the banquet room, and people end up drinking warm beer anyway. There were several dozen tables with white tablecloths on them in the banquet room. Approximately 8 people were sitting at each table, so there were at least a few hundred people in the room. The banquet room was filled with excitement. There were many plates with many different kinds of food on each table. A sushi platter, a sashimi platter, a fruits platter. Also along the wall there were cooks ready to serve fresh sashimi. All the guests appeared to be well-mannered gentlemen, and clearly were notable people in various different fields. The huge and beautiful chandelier above them clearly indicated that this hotel held a status good enough for these famous people. An elderly gentleman was giving a lengthy speech on stage before making a toast. Usually people do not like such long speeches, especially if it is before a toast. But the guests occasionally shouted yes, yes, and sometimes gave him a loud applause, filling the room with their fervor. Well, maybe fervor was a pleasant way to put it. It was probably more accurate to say their excitement was bizarre. Which country could actually teach people not to show respect towards their own flag? There are no others. It is happening only in Japan. That is right. That is right. It is forcing people to respect their national flag and anthem an obstruction of their freedom. That is a foolish idea. Listen, love for one's national flag and anthem comes naturally to all. To know ourselves, to know our culture, to understand our history and our country itself. Those are the things that make you realize that you're a Japanese citizen, that make you understand the part you play as a citizen of this country, and the feeling you get from that is love towards your own country. However, those anti-Japan teachers are proclaiming that it is militaristic brainwashing. Those those stupid claims are wrong. What are those people doing anyway? They are teaching our children to hate being Japanese. They are the ones brainwashing them with this self-destructive education. They are teaching our children that Japan should be ashamed of itself, and that they should be ashamed of being Japanese. Forget who you are and deny your country. That is what they are teaching them. These innocent children listen and believe such nonsense. Of course they do. They go to school to learn things, right? If their teachers teach them that, of course the children believe it. Can you believe such corruption exists? We must do something about this country's education now, no matter what it takes. The sound of applause filled the banquet room. All the gentlemen agreed and expressed that they felt the same way by cheering him on. After that, a gentleman wearing a cloth sash approached the stage. The hall welcomed him onto the stage with another round of thunderous applause. A rousing theme from a popular drama series played as he took the stage, but it was entirely unnecessary before the overwhelming applause. The man's sash carried his name written in large letters, along with the name of the prefecture he was running for office in. Let me introduce to you a patriot. This man has served the former governor as his right-hand man as director of the office of the governor for many years, supporting the prefecture's government for a long time. Since the previous governor has decided to retire, he was appointed as the next governor. Unfortunately, we have those anti-Japan teachers in our prefecture. While they proclaim freedom of education and freedom of thought, they are shamelessly forcing an anti-Japan education down on our children. They do not teach real history. They teach our children that everything was Japan's fault. They do not even mention the true purpose of the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere, or all those who fought to save Asian people from Western control. They do not even talk about how many Asian countries were actually Western colonies before Japan stood up for our freedom during the war. Our country has recovered amazingly since then, yet our children do not know any of that because those teachers do not teach them. How truly, truly sad. I cannot stand the fact that those anti-Japan teachers are actually teaching our children alongside those teachers who take teaching seriously. They are insulting our educational institutions. I will become a governor and get rid of those teachers. I will straighten out our education system and make sure our children will grow up to be decent young people who can carry on Japan's future. He announces his candidacy for the next year's prefectural governorship. We appreciate your support for him. I promise I will straighten out Japan's education system. Thank you for your support. Again, the banquet room filled with applause. The man was receiving a standing ovation. I need to explain a bit about this banquet before you misunderstand. It was not the conference of a political association or a lecture by a political candidate. It was hard to believe, but this was nothing more than a meeting of the college's alumni association. Everyone should be familiar with what those are, whether it is elementary school, junior high school, or college. Once you graduate from one of those, you normally belong to an organization of alumni. You receive invitations for reunions where you enjoy talking about the good old days. However, there are many different types of such organizations. Some are simple and some are united with much tighter bonds. And once an organization becomes united with those tight bonds, it is no longer a simple organization of alumni. Rather, it becomes a significant faction known as an alma mater clique. Alma mater clique. In Japanese society, it is traditional for graduates to form tighter bonds that go beyond the level of an organization. Also, the more superior the alma mater, the stronger that tendency holds true. The Imperial University, one of the best universities in the country, is famous for the deep bonds its graduates form. Why do superior people like to bond? It may be because they take pride in being superior, but more than that, maintaining connections is the most significant reason. All Imperial University graduates are elites in their respective fields. They are likely to succeed and become important people. When they do, the unity of their alumni association gains immeasurable meaning. In fact, even today, the Imperial University graduates maintain their tight academic clique, and they hold great influence throughout many different fields. They interact with other universities as well, so the graduates' bonds are extremely tight, even today. Additionally, while Imperial University usually refers to the University of Tokyo, Sometimes it's used to mean all 7 major universities in Japan. They are located in Tokyo, Kyoto, Tohoku, Kyushu, Hokkaido, Osaka, and Nagoya. They are all great schools. There happens to be an organization of alumni that includes all of those 7 universities. The elderly gentlemen in this banquet room were each from one of those organizations. However, not every graduate will get an invitation here automatically. It is a society of select gentlemen, and in order to become a member, one must first fulfill several conditions, such as recommendation from an existing member, contribution to the society, possession of status, and so forth. Therefore, all the members are important people from different fields, and obviously the power of this organization is of a political nature. But there is one more very important criterion one has to meet to join. Strong patriotism, a heart that longs to contribute to Japan and its rebirth. As a result, this organization has become extremely nationalistic. Up on the stage, the candidate for the prefectural governorship was still talking passionately, and among those elderly gentlemen in the crowd, Takano can be found. Takano seemed used to this kind of conference, and seemed unsurprised at anything that was said, but at the same time she looked rather fed up with it. As she was in attendance, she must have been one of their members, which meant she possessed not only an extremely excellent academic background, but that the older gentleman here had acknowledged her equivalent contributions to society, and that she possessed strong patriotism. However, her academic background was the only qualification she had met to join. She was only able to join as a special case because of her connections. She did not even hold prejudiced ideas like the other members did. So why was she here today? Probably because of the same reason as the man giving a speech up on stage. The man on the stage did not actually have prejudiced ideas, much like Takano. He only prepared a speech that he knew the guest would like. Politicians only want votes. Each and every person has a vote, but appealing to each one of them takes too long. So the most efficient way is to appeal to organizations with a unified idea and a unified will. In other words, this man was giving the speech so he can garner support from those powerful people. The elderly gentlemen in the banquet room will then do their best to support him, since he appears to share their ideas. They can offer many different kinds of expediency, support, and assistance, to an outrageous degree, I might add. If the day's event continued in the same way, the organization would likely decide to officially support him. They will probably give him a great deal of financial aid. They will assist him in different ways as well. Of course, the man on the stage will not be the only one gaining something. When he wins the election and becomes the governor next year, the organization will welcome the governor as a new member and gain even more political influence. And eventually the organization will become so powerful that nobody can ignore it. Those of you reading this right now probably get the sense that they are no mere alumni association. You would be absolutely right. After reaching this level, they were a fine syndicate. No, they would not be a secret society if the group was not so open about its activities. Now, I am sure some of you readers are brushing this off, thinking there is no way such a suspicious organization could exist in Japan. But everything I have explained is entirely true. There are several such influential groups and organizations within our society, and you need to understand that they hold powerful political clout and influence our national policies. Some are alma mater cliques like the one I have described above. Others are scientific societies serving different parties, industrial groups, advisory committees, religious organizations, community service groups, and so forth. Also, there are right wings and left wings, the hawk and the dove. I will not go listing their specific names here, yet you have probably read them every now and then in your average newspaper. In Japan, the terms for such forces are not very common. Most of you readers probably think of suspicious organization wearing white hoods when you hear the phrase secret society and laugh it off. But unfortunately, that is a huge mistake. In America, where there is far more territory and citizens, there is way more groups like that, and they possess such vast influence that ignoring them is impossible. So the terms they use for such forces does not apply to those on the scale of the syndicate. Sometimes people say that such groups have more power than the White House, and they are referred to as a shadow government. Even here in Japan, we had a shadow government before the war, our Zaibatsu. After we lost the war, the GHQ dismantled those blocks, but 40 years have passed since then. There is no guarantee our country has not given birth to another shadow government, given how good we are at collusion, groundwork, and backroom deals. Mio Takano was, in fact, attending a conference of such a shadow government. It might appear to be a guest house and a huge golf course. There were no golfers in sight, but by appearances that must be it. But appearances can be deceiving. This was not a golf course, but a huge backyard. The guest house was, in fact, a very stylish mansion. Normal people would be surprised to learn that this was a private residence. The interior of the building was as lavish as the exterior. There were beautiful carpets on every floor, expensive-looking decorations on the wall, and expensive-looking bottles of alcohol on the shelves. That is the kind of room Takano could be seen in. There was a knock at the door, and an old man in a wheelchair and a young woman pushing it entered. As Takano stood up to bow, the old man stopped her by raising his right hand. No, you do not need to stand up. Long time, no see. I have been telling you to come see me any time, but you never do. It is great to see you, Koizumi-sensei. The old man sat down on the sofa with assistance from the woman. He was very old. His face was covered in wrinkles, and he could hardly do anything on his own. Even so, he still held a great deal of power and influence. Oh my, you have not changed a bit, have you? I can see a lipstick on your neck. Is that right? Good grief, how embarrassing. There was no lipstick on his neck. The woman who was helping him with his wheelchair was too beautiful to be a mere helper, so Takano had suspected something. As it turned out, her guess was correct. Although he was so old that he could die the next day, he wanted to stay active until the very end. Even the Grim Reaper would think that is just absurd. Mio-chan, you have become quite beautiful yourself. You are not a little girl anymore. Oh, stop. If you really think that way, why did you try to touch my bottom? What have you got to lose from having an old guy like me touch you? I am sure you have plenty of chances to touch a softer butt, don't you? Takano and the old man enjoyed a tasteless conversation. They had clearly known each other a long time and were very close. The young woman came back in to serve tea. After she left, the old man started to speak. Anyway, I am so proud of you, Mio-chan. I am sure your grandfather in heaven is proud of you, too. I hope so, but I am not even close to approaching the level of my grandfather's great work. Takano-kun was unlucky in many different ways. The era he lived in. If he lived in a different era, I am sure he would have finished his research. But he lived in that era, and ironically, that was why he knows the existence of the Hina-Misawa syndrome. The world today is in the nuclear era, with America and the Soviet Union glaring at each other over mounds of nuclear stockpiles. It takes nukes to have authority as a major power. Yet we have forever abandoned our nukes thanks to our three anti-nuclear principles. In this age, we are now a nation without nukes. How deplorable. In the middle of the 20th century, despite rising tensions between East and West, there was a temporary peace known as the Cold War brought by a balance of nukes pointed at one another. Permanent memberships in the UN were monopolized by nations with nuclear arms. They secured the predominance with nukes, bound the world with nuclear non-proliferation treaties, eternally banning non-nuclear nations from the world stage. For Japan to become a nation that could compete with the world, It must develop nuclear arms or something as powerful. That is what some people believed at least. Realistically, Japan will never arm itself with nuclear weapons. I know, the citizens would not accept it. Even if the government ignored their opinions and armed itself with nuclear weapons, it would not work. By abandoning nuclear weaponry, Japan gained the deterrent power of the United States. Though some people thought the only way for Japan to become equal to the United States would be to get nuclear arms of their own. But realistically, that was impossible. Even if Japan armed itself with nuclear weapons, that would not automatically let Japan join the great powers. Takano and the old man discussed the bounds of nuclear power in the world. Eventually the sound of the cuckoo clock reminded them to return to the main subject at hand. The old man pointed to the attaché case that had been sitting next to Takano. Takano nodded once, opened it up, and removed the contents. There were brand new bills packed in it. How much was actually in there? A bundle of brand new million-yen bills is 1 centimeter, so there must have been at least enough to make up 8 digits. There were also 2 more attaché cases by her side. However, neither Takano nor the old man were surprised at all. Takano closed the attaché case and bowed. Thank you very much, Koizumi-sensei. I will never forget about this. Money should be handled by younger people. I cannot take it to heaven with me. I just hope this will be of assistance to you. Use it wisely. Of course I will. I will use this money only to make my grandfather's dream come true. I envy Takano-kun. What a wonderful grandchild he has. I am sure he is bragging about you up there. I have not done anything yet. I will have earned this praise when I complete my grandfather's work. I am so jealous. My boys are no good. They are only interested in making money. What really matters is how the money is spent. How you contribute to the country is what is most important. That's how you repay your debt to it, you know. So are you saying that treating all those lovers so lavishly is also a way of repaying your country? Of course. When they shop, the country makes money. Money goes around, you see. However, those lovers will probably end up buying some foreign goods. Things probably do not work quite the way this old man thinks they do. Takano chuckled to herself. But the money I give to those women and the money I give you are completely different. I know that very well. You have worked very hard. You have retained trust and support from so many people. This is the first time I have mentioned it, but Haruyama-kun and Mochizuki-kun both were not sure about you because of your age at first. That is why I am acknowledging your efforts, and that is why I am giving you this money. I understand. Also, for me to give you this money means that I recognize you as the official successor of Takano-kun's research. Thank you very much. Thank you for believing in me. I truly appreciate it. No, do not mention it. This research is Takano-kun's and yours too. He would not want anyone else to take over. So thanks to all of your effort, I did not have to spend too much time convincing the other old folks. Completing my grandfather's research is the least I can do for him. I will not begrudge any efforts toward that aim. Takano smiled as she remembered everything she had to go through to get to this point. It went without saying, but the old men around Takano saw her as someone from their grandchildren's generation, or maybe even younger. Just how much trouble did Takano have to endure in order to gain the trust of those with such a large generation gap? It was hard to describe to those who could not even imagine her trouble. But Takano earned it. She gathered allies, drove away enemies, garnered support, and forced them to recognize her. She spent a long time establishing trust and rising to a status that the old men would welcome, which was all the more reason this meeting was a reward for her many days of hardship. Now that she officially had a powerful influence backing her, she could spread her wings and see the completion of her grandfather's unfinished research. Well, now that you are officially continuing Takano-kun's research, there is something I need to tell you, Mio-chan. What is it? I am listening. The old man paused and pulled an expensive cigarette from the cigarette holder on the table. Takano lit it up for him. She did not smoke herself, but knowing that the old man did, she kept the lighter in her pocket. The constant buildup of little gestures like that were how she gained the trust she held today. Takano-kun noticed that Hinamizawa syndrome in Manchuria, not Japan. Yes, according to my grandfather's journal, around Showa 15, he learned that many soldiers sent from Hinamizawa to the Kwantan army expressed terminal symptoms, which led him to surmise that an unknown infectious parasite dwelled in Hinamizawa. Under the harsh conditions of war, people sometimes lost their minds. In those conditions, those who were sent to a far-off battlefield from Hinamizawa spent their days under duress, and occasionally they exhibited terminal symptoms, hallucinated, and caused twisted incidents. Yet that all occurred in the extensive chaos of the battlefield. Every incident was handled separately, and no one suspected there was an underlying cause. At the time, Takano-kun was working as a military physician in the Kwantan Army. He was researching the prevention of different infectious diseases, and one day he noticed that several incidents of deranged behavior were occurring among soldiers from the same hometown. He hypothesized that these symptoms were unique to those from Hinamizawa and began his own personal research. He hired soldiers from Hinamizawa as workers in his research center and studied them there. Then he learned of the unique Hinamizawa faith in Oyashiro-sama, and he was convinced that he found an infectious parasite with unique properties. Some may wonder how he could be so uncertain that these symptoms were caused by unusual parasites. At the beginning of the 20th century, German doctors proved that some unknown diseases were caused by bacteria and parasites. At the time, it was not too far of a jump to assume that unknown pathogens could be behind unknown diseases. For instance, in modern times it has been revealed that beriberi is caused by vitamin B1 deficiency. But at the start of the 20th century, many loudly proclaimed that it was the work of an unidentified pathogen. Yes, my grandfather predicted that his research would be valuable to the army, so he asked for a budget, but they just laughed at him. As a researcher, her grandfather was very talented and passionate, but when it came to gaining the aid of political powers, he simply struck out. Okay, yeah, that pretty much seals it. The speech chat does not work if I have it on a different tab, apparently. So I've just got to make sure to try to remember to keep that tab there. I had forgotten to close the tab when I changed the picture out, but I will go get some water real quick so I can stay hydrated. As a researcher, her grandfather was very talented and passionate, but when it came to gaining the aid of political powers, he simply struck out. Hinamizawa syndrome. No, the possible existence of a parasite that infected the human brain and controlled emotions. Even though he made the remarkable achievement of discovering a mystery no one had explained before him, he was unable to convince others of that achievement and spent his life alone, unable to garner support and unable to achieve proper recognition for his achievement. Independent research has its limit. Talented people, funding, and backup. A research project can only be successful if all those things are present. Takano had noticed her grandfather's mistakes, and that was why she did everything she could to attain all of that. The military at the time was hoping for a low-cost, immediate acting weapon. While Takano-kun's research was extremely intriguing, it did not meet the military's expectations. I heard you were the only one who understood my grandfather's research. Were you not? In his journal he calls you his best friend. We came from the same hometown. It was a miracle to run into someone from the same town on such a distant battlefield. Although we were not close in age, we became very good friends. So we talked a lot. Many times he told me his research would be revolutionary and asked me to lay the groundwork to secure funding for full-scale research. I read in his journal that you talked to many different people about his research. Unfortunately, its value was never recognized. But I am sure your support meant a lot to him. But I was never able to really do anything for him. That is why I want to help you, Mio-chan. Helping you is like atoning for my mistakes. Thank you very much. He was lucky to have you as his best friend. If only there were more understanding people like you in the military's upper echelon. It is very regrettable to think that my grandfather's life might have been different. The old man closed his eyes and paused for a moment. Shortly after that he looked into the distance and spoke. Actually, that is not true at all. The higher-ups were interested in Takano-kun's discovery. What? I have never heard that before. Then why did they not support his research? Something came up and they could not let him take a look into Hinamizawa syndrome. Only a few of the top brass and myself knew the reason. Now that all but myself have passed, I think I should tell you, Mio-chan, since you are carrying on his work. What came up? What was it? Sakano had believed until this day that her grandfather's research was ridiculed by everyone, which was the reason why it had never gained any recognition. Her grandfather had asked the military for funding so he could uncover the secrets of Hinamizawa syndrome during the war. But just like the old man had said earlier, the military wanted an instant-acting weapon. That was why they were not interested in his research. That is what she had believed. But as it turned out, the military had actually shown an interest after all. Before I go on, I need to explain about the Kwantan Army in Manchuria at the time. While the Kwantan Army was stationed in Manchuria, opinions were divided on whether to advance our forces north or south. At the time, Japan had troops in Manchuria, but opinions were divided on advancing north to deter the Soviet Union, or advancing south to expand our territory and secure resources. With the Soviet Union and its predecessor, Russia, being a landlocked, frozen nation, they had long yearned for an ice-free port that would not freeze over in winter. They had made numerous attempts to expand their territories southward too. Those expansionist policies were said to be a cause of the Russo-Japanese War. In the history books it is said that Japan won the Russo-Japanese War, but it was actually a draw ending in peace signed at the Treaty of Portsmouth. Both sides had simply set aside their spears after mutually exhausting their forces. It was not like Russia capitulated and offered a complete surrender. As a result, the perception of the Russian threat continued to smolder. Later, the Russian Empire was overthrown by a revolution, but Japan was unable to shake the threat that the new Soviet Union would advance south. According to the history books, Japan went south. They signed the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact and abandoned the northern advance. As a result, when the Great Patriotic War began, the Soviet Union was able to respond to pressure on the German front by pouring in their eastern forces. Though the Germans had managed to lay siege to Moscow, the Soviets launched a massive counteroffensive that reversed the tides of war. Even with the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact, the Soviets could not tell if Japan would attack them at some point. Because of that threat, the Soviets had to leave some forces in the Far East, and they were not able to devote enough troops to the German front. For starters, the Soviets had forged the German-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact too, yet Germany broke the treaty and attacked the Soviet Union. To make matters worse, Japan and Germany had forged a military alliance. With all those factors in play, the Soviets naturally could not trust Japan to uphold their neutrality pact. Ironically, the Soviet Union was one who broke the pact, but I will not go into that now. Exactly. Hitler signed the tripartite pact because he expected Japan to keep the Soviets' other front in check. But ultimately Japan abandoned the north. With a superior German offensive, many supported the idea of waiting and watching it play out. They believed that even if we did advance north, it would be after Germany conquered Moscow. However, that plan was exposed to Sorge, and the Soviets transferred their heavy tank from the Far East border to the German front. That secured Germany's defeat at Moscow, and the Germans began seeing a string of defeats starting with the Battle of Kursk. It was a turning point in history. During the Cold War, the Soviet Union was recognized as a global power, but at least in Showa 15, the Kwantan Army did not think it was a particular threat. Japan had earned a victory with the Russo-Japanese War, and they took the new Soviet Union government lightly, assuming it would not be stable after overthrowing the Russian Empire. That underestimation was corrected after the No Monhan incident in Showa 16. After several fierce, short-term battles with the Soviet Union's advanced, mechanized corps that led to great losses, the Kwantan Army realized they should not fight the Soviets, and that inclined Japan towards the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact. But at the very least, up until the Nomonhan incident, the Kwantan Army was strongly conscious of the Soviets and divided on advancing north or south. Thanks to that, there were also voices advising caution, suggesting we avoid all-out war with China in order to shore up our forces against the Soviets. But the Sino-Japanese War broke out after the Marco Polo Bridge incident, right? July Showa 12. The Japanese and Chinese armies were staring at each other across the Lugo Bridge at Beijing. It was the middle of the night on July 7th. The Chinese army fired on the Japanese army in training, and they engaged in combat. This triggered the long Sino-Japanese War. Yes, according to historical records, that incident triggered the Sino-Japanese War. But, with opinions divided over advancing north or south, the army was equally divided over a full-scale confrontation with China. No, in fact, we even received orders from General Staff Headquarters to resolve the matter quietly before the incident grew much bigger. So those supporting the northern advance wanted to settle the Battle of Lugo Bridge quietly, insisting that conflict with China was pointless in light of their anti-Soviet strategy. However, those on the mainland supporting the southern advance used this incident as cause to dispatch more troops to China. They enacted hard policies against China, and thus the Marco Polo Bridge incident became the trigger for Japan and China to enter all-out war. After that, and their bitter struggles in the Nomonhan incident, Japan greatly revised their Soviet strategy. They signed the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact and secured the route for their southern advance. The Sino-Japanese War got worse and worse. If the Marco Polo Bridge incident had not happened, It is possible that history would have gone very differently. Maybe we would have ended up in a war with them anyway. However, if the South faction did not get that chance, the military authorities would have kept restraining the Soviet Union, and the Soviets would have had to divide their forces between East and West. And maybe Germany could have invaded Moscow. Then Japan could have gone to Siberia. The map could have been very different today. Germany would not necessarily have won the war if it had succeeded in taking Moscow. England was keeping its strength on the other side of Dover Strait, after all, and the United States was poised to enter the conflict. Besides, Napoleon once occupied Moscow, but in the end he could not beat their winter and had to withdraw. It is one of those ifs, huh? The Axis might have won the war. Yes, it is possible that the gunshot from the Marco Polo Bridge incident changed the tide of history. Both sides had different opinions of who fired the shot, right? According to the Japanese side, a Chinese soldier fired a shot at a Japanese soldier who got too close to the Chinese camp. However, the Chinese side claimed the shot was a conspiracy invented by the Japanese military. But the shot was fired, even though nobody knew who actually pulled the trigger. It sparked the Sino-Japanese War. Yes, that is what the history books say. But, Koizumi-sensei, what does that have to do with my grandfather? In the Marco Polo Bridge incident, a shot was fired at a unit that was training in the middle of the night. Everyone was summoned for a roll call. They were missing one soldier. This soldier came back later and it was said that he was sent as a messenger and got too close to the Chinese camp. By the way, did you know that soldier was from Hinamizawa? Really? When Takano-kun was talking about Hinamizawa syndrome, he said that soldiers from Hinamizawa could suddenly fall into a deranged state, and we realized that the soldier from the Marco Polo Bridge incident was in fact from Hinamizawa. Then what about the first shot fired? I do not know the truth, but I think it is possible that soldier with the terminal stage of Hinamizawa syndrome fired the shot. That soldier was killed in the incident. Since there was no record of it, nobody knows exactly how he died. The Japanese side claimed that the Chinese army had fired at them and negotiated with that in mind. Just a scant few days after the incident, Japan demanded an apology from the Chinese, and as a show of force dispatched 3 divisions of reinforcements. The Chinese side was, of course, opposed to that. The situation escalated at once. If research into Hinamizawa syndrome continued, the higher-ups thought it would negatively influence the Japanese army's claims. So, in order to avoid the risk of traversing that political gray zone, they rejected Takano-kun's research. So, because of that, they refused to even consider my grandfather's research long after the war ended, too. Yes, that is exactly it. The war is over now, but there are still some conflicts there regarding historical recognition. Even if Takano-kun did not mean for it to happen, if his research into Hinamizawa syndrome became public, it might cause a resurgence of quarrels over the long-ended war. Certain authorities were afraid of that, so they made sure his research was ignored even after the war. I was long warned not to aid him in any way myself. Takano tried to remain calm, but she could not stop herself from grimacing. She had just found out the real reason why her grandfather's research had been ignored. It was because of secret maneuvers by political masterminds. If those masterminds feared it so much, ironically, that meant they acknowledged the importance of his research. Takano was saddened and frustrated to no end by her grandfather's lonely life. However, they are all dead now. I am the only one who knows about this. If Takano-kun was still alive, I was going to apologize to him and give him my unconditional support. But he is no longer around. That is why I am apologizing to you and offering to give you my full support instead. Are you sure? Would not research into the Hinamizawa syndrome dredge up those same subjects again? It is different now. Besides, research into the Hinamizawa syndrome may produce more than a mere local disease. Depending on your research, post-war Japan may gain a trump card that makes it a world power once more. So the tides and types have changed then. That is right. Unfortunately, Takano-kun did not live long enough to see that tide change. But he has you to continue his research. So as long as I am alive, I will give you my full support. I promised to help Takano-kun, but because of various things, I could not do anything. So I want to make up for that as long as I am alive. I think that is the least I can do for the man who called me his best friend. Koizumi-sensei, thank you so much. Oh, do not mention it. I am glad I was able to tell you everything before I died. Anyway, until I am gone, I will make sure you get everything you need. Okay? So if anything comes up, be sure to let me know. I will do anything for you. Takano could not even imagine what kind of bond this old man and her grandfather had between them. But thanks to that bond, Takano was able to gain a powerful supporter. Tears welled up in Takano's eyes as she gave him an emotional look, but in her mind she was practically dancing at the promise of the old man's full support. The old man and Takano both bowed at the same time to show each other their appreciation. Once that was done, the old man became a little more serious. After that far too lengthy preamble, he finally said what he really wanted to tell her. So there you have it. This is what I wanted to say. The Hinamizawa syndrome has the potential power to make history. It may even twist the fate of our country. So keep that in mind and be careful with your research. After the proprietor finished serving the food, she bowed and left. The room was very tastefully put together, reminding them of a tea ceremony room. While it was sparsely decorated, quite a bit of money had obviously gone into it. This was a very famous Japanese restaurant, where many high-up officials and other important people held secret meetings. Takano was there accompanied by about 5 gentlemen. She was sitting slightly further away from the men. They were clearly in a much more important position than she was. One of the men, wearing an expensive double-breasted suit, told Takano not to be so nervous. Please relax, Takano-san. What we read is very interesting to us. I cannot believe this research was just sitting there for dozens of years. It is surprising. I thought most of the research on BC weapons the Japanese military conducted during the war failed to bear fruit, and nothing was left after the US military confiscated even the fundamental research. I heard this research was barely even glanced at by the top brass. I see. So that is why nobody knew about it, and GHQ did not investigate it. In that sense, at least, it was truly fortunate. Interesting that Dr. Takano's research would be succeeded by a different Takano-san. I suppose that is fate. It is like the deceased is using your body to complete his life's work. Maybe that is true. I feel a mysterious connection to him too. Takano adored Takano Hifumi and called him grandfather, but she had not revealed that relationship to others. She realized that it would not be beneficial for people to think she was involving personal feelings in her continuing Dr. Takano's research. So publicly she once had exchanges with Takano and Hifumi, and after his death discovered his research documents with his remains, and chose to carry it on. At least that is how the story went. Well then, what do you think? The defense agency was very interested. According to Nakagawa-kun, the defense agency's Technical Research and Development Institute showed great interest. They offered to sponsor the research too. Oh, that is wonderful. Congratulations to Kano-san. Thank you very much. Here's what they said. There is a research council for next-generation deterrence being led by experts from several different ministries. One of these is called the Alphabet Project. Have you heard of it, Takano-san? There was no way she would know about something like that, but it was very possible for these nationalists to research something dangerous without citizens knowing about it. Society forms something like a web made of connections between people. People hold hands with other people who share the same ideas, and end up knitting a net. Of course, some nets are well known, but there are some secret ones too, so there was no way of guessing just how the men at this meeting were connected. A society involving research into deterrent weapons for the next generation, the Alphabet Project. With those words, it was possible to imagine what that might entail. Deterrent weapons. That usually refers to nuclear technology. Weapons are normally used to destroy enemies. However, the general idea of deterrent weapons is very different. The assumption is that they will not actually be used against anyone. Nuclear weapons are largely used as a threat to prevent enemy invasion. Both the US and Soviets possess large stockpiles of nuclear arms, keeping each other in check, but they will never actually use them, because if they did, there would be a nuclear war, and both countries would be destroyed. So they are like a legendary weapon you never draw. Of course, that last resort only works because both sides have nuclear weapons. If one side lacks them, then they lose all military negotiation power. In other words, nations without nukes are powerless before nuclear-armed states. That cannot be true. Japan abandoned nukes and it still functions as a nation today. Or so some people may be thinking, but they are wrong. Japan abandoned nukes, but lies under the nuclear umbrella by allying itself with America. That means a nation functions thanks to America's nukes. However, that also means we must resign ourselves to forever being a vassal of America. In order for Japan to escape that and become a powerful nation equal to America, it must possess its own deterrence arms and step out of that nuclear umbrella. That society must have been put together by experts who believe in that ideal. Given that, even the name Alphabet Project makes sense. Nuclear weapons are weapons of mass destruction. However, weapons of mass destruction are not always nuclear. They also include biological weapons and chemical weapons. Atomic, biological, chemical. The initials of these three words make up ABC. That is why weapons of mass destruction are sometimes called ABC weapons. I will not go into weapons of mass destruction that do not belong into those three categories. ABC. Alphabet. In other words, Alphabet Project must be a code for research into weapons of mass destruction. As it happened, this guess of Takano's was correct. By rights, Japan should possess nuclear arms. We established ourselves as a peace-loving nation after the war, and after our vast international contributions, we have been recognized as a permanent member of the UN. Yet, until we possess nuclear arms, we will not be recognized as a proper nation. That is the long-held desire of post-war Japan. Exactly. However, realistically, thanks to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, the major nations hold a monopoly on nukes. Worse, our domestic and public opinion is growing allergic to nukes, so foreign and domestic pressures make implementing them impossible. Biological and chemical weapons are sometimes known as the poor man's nukes. Small countries that cannot own nuclear weapons have already started researching into that kind of weaponry. Takano-san, please do not misunderstand us, okay? The purpose of our research is not to obtain a biological weapon. Instead, our goal is to prevent such weapons from coming into Japan from other countries. So this research into self-defense, I want you to understand that. Yes, I am aware of that. Takano hated this Japanese tendency to make excuses, but she did not let it show on her face. No matter what they said, They already saw the value in using this research toward biological weaponry. However, in truth, that was just an excuse as well. If they actually wanted to research biological weapons, then it would be much faster to research diseases like smallpox and anthrax, instead of an unidentified disease like Hinamizawa syndrome. So it was not actually correct to say the defense agency was interested in it as a biological weapon. In other words, Takano needed a powerful sponsor who would back her up with funding, personnel, and a faculty to conduct her research. So she used her connections and turned to the old men behind the government and economy, reaching out to each of them and getting them to forcibly pull funding out of the defense agency under the excuse of its application toward biological weapons. That was the truth. Therefore, her project was not officially recognized by the defense agency. To be exact, the people who secretly controlled the defense agency were the ones who knew about it. These masterminds diverted funding from the defense agency to the Alphabet project, and then they pushed for Takano's research to be a part of it. Takano gets her funding, and the influencers get to drain public funds through kickbacks. Considering that, it was doubtful if this project was genuinely about researching the next generation of deterrence arms. It was probably just an excuse for the masterminds to funnel money into their own pockets. Well, those complicated matters did not matter to Takano. Whatever those old men and influencers were planning, it was not her business. As long as she could get the funding for her research, that was enough. Either way, Takano had found her sponsor. It was one of the biggest organizations around too. This had always been her grandfather's dream. Takano was trying to stay calm, but she was about to jump up and down in excitement. Nakagawa-kun says that once the research gets underway, he does not mind buying it out. Although it is still incomplete, he definitely sees potential in it. You are absolutely right. This research is only halfway complete. Sufficient funding, faculties, and personnel will be indispensable. About that, here is where the negotiations start, but apparently they wish to take on this research in its entirety. I feel bad saying this, but they think the burden is too much for you to bear alone. Hearing that put quite the damper on Takano's ecstasy. I am not trying to make money off of this. I am working as a researcher purely out of intellectual curiosity. What I need is a sponsor, and what they seek are results. That was the relationship I had hoped to establish. Takano realized she was talking rather breathlessly, so she tried to calm herself down. Either way, they would be backing the research. Considering they were hoping for results that merit the budget, they probably feel that Takano is still too young to handle it. I know. You have been working on this for a long time and you do not want anyone to just grab it from you, right? I totally understand that. Of course, we have already informed them. So here's the compromise we came up with. First, we will start your research as an offshoot of the Alphabet project. Once you have the board of directors' approval, you will be given official funding. We will have you participate in the project as an associate researcher, and you will take part in the research that way. If she wanted their funding, she would have to fall under their authority, of course. So far, she had no objections. However, the Research Society has listed a few conditions in exchange for funding this project. First, as was just mentioned, is to entrust the position of lead researcher to an individual that is skilled and talented in this field of research. I hate to interject, but who would be more knowledgeable about this than me, other than the late Dr. Takano, of course. Now, please calm down, Takano-san. I understand how you feel. Still, how is this need different from selling my research to this individual? This is not
Captain
what we
Catherine
discussed at all.
said. Hi, I woke up so early so might go sleep again but wanted to say hi to you.
Welcome, Catherine. That sounds good. You make sure to get some sleep. Sleep is important. Thank you for saying hi, and thank you for the follow. I hope what sleep you have been getting has been good, and that you're having a fantastic night. Calm down, Takano-san. Those cunning old men did not miss sight of the faint meek of anger that crossed Takano's expression. They gave evasive laughs as if remarking how immature she still was, as if she still was if she let her emotions show over such a little thing. However, they were not laughing to look down on Takano. On the contrary, they were trying to tell her to wait until the end. Of course, we will make sure you get your way. Koizumi-sensei told me to take good care of you. Do you think I would just ignore you after he told you that? Do not worry. Please let me work things out. I will make sure you will be happy. What do you mean? You see, I get to select the person in charge. Everyone chortled except Takano. After a moment, she joined in. In other words, he meant that he would find just the right person. The defense agency had suggested finding an expert to lead the project because they did not feel comfortable with just Takano. However, Takano's sponsor was the one tasked to find such a person. In that moment, Takano realized it. How wonderful it is to have such a powerful backer. Let me work it out. I will find some candidates for you. All you have to do is pick the one you think would be the most suitable. Takano felt better after hearing that. While she would not be the official head of the project, she would end up leading it from the shadows. Of course, she was not an expert per se. Having a partner would actually be beneficial. Give me some time to talk to the other end. I will make sure you will be happy with the outcome. Please just be patient for a while. I understand. Thank you for everything. Oh, by the way, it is not just a defense agency. Oh, hello, Moshi. Look at that, we got ourselves a raid.
Stream Elements said, "Look who's decided to come swimming with us. This is their channel, https://www.twitch.tv/@mysticmoshi."
I hope you had a fantastic stream. I hope you're having a great day. Welcome, everybody. I'm just a humble turtle unicorn playing a story-heavy game. He introduced me to Ito-kun from the National Institute of Infectious Diseases. He is willing to help you with equipment and other technology. Really? Thank you so much. This is a national project, is it not?
Said, "Yeah, thanks, Turtle Unicorn." Captain Catherine said, "Yeah, THX. It's actually 7 a.m. in the morning, haha. BTW, your voice is calm food to hear."
Oh, thank you very much, Catherine. Yeah, 7 is pretty early, isn't it? I don't even wake up till 10 myself. Congratulations, Takano-san. This is all because of your effort and the deceased Dr. Takano's hard work. Oh no, this is all because of Dr. Takano. I have not done anything yet. Being humble is a good virtue. Just like Koizumi-sensei told me, you truly are a nice person, are you not? No wonder he adores you. Anyway, they want you to join the defense agency. Luckily, you have a doctor's license, right? We will secure your position as a medical officer of the TRDI. Do you mean I will be a public servant? I was not expecting that. All the organizations that are involved with the Alphabet Project are public institutions. The SDF is actually interested in this research as well, and they are making strong requests to dispatch some of their personnel too. So depending on these circumstances, you may be treated as an SDF member. Well, just think of those matters as officials squabbling over jurisdiction. So to stand above those officials, you'll need your own official position. No matter what, we will make sure you will be happy, so please do not worry about anything. I understand. I will let you work things out. But knowing Dr. Takano's research was once rejected by the old Japanese military, it is hard to believe that the Self-Defense Force is interested in it now. Well, that could not be stopped. With the war situation worsening, the Japanese military sought something with immediate effect, something that could turn the war around. I do not think they were looking down on Dr. Takano's research. That was not true, of course. Takano already heard that confession from the old man. She exhaled. To her, it was like the meeting in front of her was happening somewhere far away. She had longed for this day to come, and worked so hard to reach it. Finally, her grandfather and his research were attaining recognition. This was the day she had dreamed of, so she was frightened just imagining that might be an actual dream. True joy cannot be felt all at once. Oftentimes it is a delayed reaction. Takano thought that must be exactly what she was feeling. I think, I imagine you will probably be given a field officer's rank. Since you will be second in command, you will likely be a major. That is wonderful, Major Takano. My, I am a little jealous. As a man, I wish I had a rank like that. Boy, oh boy, Major Takano. A major? What does that signify? Well, it is reasonably high in the rank system of the self-defense forces. It is like a sub-manager at a company, I guess. That will be your rank once the project gets underway. It is equivalent to a lieutenant commander in the old Japanese military. What a coincidence. Dr. Takano was also a lieutenant commander in the old military. Takano remembered suddenly. They were right. Her grandfather had been a lieutenant commander in the Japanese military. Everything she had done until today was so she could continue her grandfather's research. Now everything had fallen into place. She had even been granted the same rank as her grandfather. She had always believed that succeeding his research would be proof that they had a bond tighter than blood. And now she would even be the same rank as him. This is fate, Takano thought. Maybe this is even a message from Grandpa. Yes, it must have been a shout of encouragement from heaven. It was proof that she inherited not only his research, but his will as well. Takano could not help but feel a sense of destiny for attaining the rank of major. Grandpa, I am finally here. Nobody else could hear her say that, but her grandfather in heaven could. That is what Takano believed. She had only come so far. There were still a lot of things to do for this research to be recognized as a great work. Otherwise, her grandfather will not become a god. She would not become one either. You must become a god. That was in her grandfather's will. I was unable to do so. That line preceded it. It was her grandfather's dying wish. Her grandfather entrusted it to her. All of his research. A god cannot be physically brought back to life. A god is made in the hearts of the people who remain alive. Her grandfather will live on in her heart. His exploits will be known to many, and all the scholars will fight to read his documents, to steal them from each other, and they will learn about Hifumi Takano, who began his research during the war. They will know that nobody understood him, and that he ended up devoting his lonely life to his research. And finally, they will extol his grand achievement. Oh, we didn't get a tip that time either? Are there just no tips here, period? That feels weird. Well, I guess we'll keep going. Normally, so far in the other chapters, we got a tip after every section like that. Allow me to introduce you. This is Major Takano. Major, this is Dr. Kiyusuke Irie. Hello, I am Irie. Irie seemed extremely nervous at our first meeting. He probably thought I was in charge of some suspicious organization. Please relax. Call me Takano. Thank you. Thank you for having me here. I really appreciate it. Please have a seat. A model, lower middle class citizen was a good way to describe. I keep having trouble trying to figure out how to say that name. Kiyo, Kiyu, Kiyusuke Irie's demeanor. One could also say he was the stereotypical type of person to get conveniently discarded after those crafty elders used their seniority to constantly pick on him. He certainly does not seem as cunning as I am, but that does not mean he is not ambitious. Like me, he is a young person who dreams of accomplishing something great and leaving his name upon generations to come. While he acts humble in person like this, his articles were actually progressive as well as aggressive. The gap between the two was quite intense. I have read the data concerning this Hinamizawa syndrome. What did you think? Well, it is really quite the shock. It is very possible that this is something that steps onto the dark side of today's medicine, but I can hardly control my intellectual excitement in knowing it is a mystery that has yet to be solved. Hearing that made me chuckle. Irie is more than interested in Hinamizawa syndrome, which is good enough for me. She had been through the ringer with far too many people to reach this day, so her honed intuition could tell she would get along well with this man. Even if he is not useful to me, he will not cause any problems. For both me and my sponsor, he is the best person possible for the job. I was shocked too. To imagine a man of your experience and knowledge was just wasting away in the medical office without any responsibilities or work to accomplish. I have to say that was a great loss to the medical field. Irie laughed. He probably thought I did not know, but I had received detailed documents on him, so I knew why he was exiled from the limelight despite his rare talent and achievements. He displayed extraordinary skill working under a neurosurgery expert, and everyone expected a bright future from him. But he was kicked out due to an ethical controversy. Hirie's pet theory was that the antisocial behavior of individuals could be explained by brain disorders. He believed that no one in this world was born a villain, and that they all were just poor patients in need of treatment. He proposed that they were all proper and normal when born, yet as they matured, psychogenesis and various exogenous factors caused brain disorders that made them into villains. Therefore, what those evil people need is not punishment, it is treatment, and if their diseases are treated, they will become good citizens again. That manner of thinking actually fell in line with the Confucian belief of innate human goodness. According to this theory, humans are born with the capacity for altruism toward their kind. It is only afterward that they learn and acquire cruelty. Irie believed that acquisition was a result of brain disorders. The human brain creates human thoughts. Therefore, if one becomes emotionally ill, that means their brain is ill. So if their brain gets treatment, they will recover emotionally too. That field was called psychosurgery. It has fallen out of practice in the current Heisei era, but the surgical techniques were applauded until mid-Showa, especially since it produced spectacular results on a chronic mental patient that was said to be incurable. The man who invented it even won a Nobel Prize. That was how revolutionary it was. Humans think. That is why they become ill. Everyone knows that is why those who overthink matters are prone to mental illness. When the organ that thinks and debates grows ill, humans deviate from social behavior. That part is called the frontal lobe. Put simply, psychosurgery is surgery performed to cut the frontal lobe. This kind of surgery does not require removing the whole epicranium. A small hole is drilled through the cranium and a special scalpel is inserted down to cut it. It is not a major surgery, just a technique for quickly cutting the precious frontal lobe. Indeed, it was revolutionary in its simplicity. All the severely ill mental patients miraculously recovered, so the technique spread around the world quickly. Those with obstinate and chronic mental illnesses, the severely ill trapped in deep, inescapable depression. All those could be saved by this technique. Throughout history, humans have come up with many different religions and magical tricks to heal emotional injuries. So, needless to say, the idea of being able to treat them with a surgical technique was truly revolutionary. Ire admired psychosurgery and pushed forward in the field of surgical techniques to treat human souls. However, from the modern human rights standpoint, severing a portion of the brain simply because someone is emotionally disturbed is absolutely out of the question. People gradually started to think differently and said that psychosurgery was inhumane. The frontal lobe controls how people think, but is also the part that makes humans act human. There were quite a few cases where that cut caused drastic, irreversible changes in the patient. A baseless happiness was born from lack of thought, a change in personality, a loss of interest in everything, major mood swings due to a lack of control over one's emotions. Some even lost part of their memories. Of course, some did not even survive the surgery. As the Showa era approached its 40th year, use of psychosurgery declined. Also, due to development of psychotropic medicine, the surgery was hardly performed anymore anyway. Yet, some people still believed in the idea and continued to perform the surgery and gather clinical data. They wanted people to recognize the value of the technique once again. Some of these surgeries were performed without consent. One theory is that in Japan alone, there were thousands of people who woke up from general anesthesia, only to find part of their brain had been removed. Today, to perform such a surgery without a patient's consent is considered totally unethical, but it was different at the time. For one thing, the idea that doctors required prior patient consent was proliferated in the modern Heisei era. Therefore, people at the time did not think it was that big of an issue. It was only later that people started to argue that it was inhumane. Finally, a decision was reached and the curtain closed with the rejection of psychosurgery. Later, the Japanese Society of Psychology and Neurology passed a resolution to end psychosurgery. After that, psychosurgery was banned throughout Japan and made a forbidden subject of Japanese medicine. Ire was the leading person in the field of psychosurgery. He continued to advocate its effectiveness and results. Therefore, he was treated as a war criminal who practiced inhumane medicine, and he was exiled from the public eye. However, that does not mean he changed his beliefs. He still believes that immoral behavior is caused by brain disorders, and the secret of treating them is, in fact, hidden in the brain. So the existence of Hinamizawa syndrome, caused by parasites living in the brain that control human emotions, actually affirms his theory. If it is alright with you, I would love to accept this position. Of course, given Irie's history, he would never turn down this offer. Despite his mild-mannered appearance, Irie was possessed of a mighty ambition. There was no way he did not desire a chance to complete research that would prove himself to the medical society that ostracized him. I am handing him that chance on a silver platter. Thank you very much. I knew you would accept. We are very lucky to have an expert like you. You will be a
Stream
great
Elements
help.
said, "Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate."
But are you okay with me being the director? Would it not be better for you to hold that position, Takano-san? I am just a simple doctor. Being in charge of other people is... Do not worry. I will give you my full support. Our sponsor wanted to pick a civilian. Besides, would you not like to be called Director Irie? Well, Irie laughed to hide his embarrassment. We are building a research center in Hinamizawa. Publicly, it will be a clinic. So with your consent, Dr. Irie would like to call it the Irie Clinic. Lord of my own castle. That is more than I deserve. You will also be placed under the SDF, so you will be registered as a medical officer with them. Since you will be my superior, you will be a lieutenant called Lieutenant Colonel Irie. Colonel? I think it's supposed to be pronounced Colonel, but I keep wanting to say Colonel. How does that sound to you? I am not a military man. I'd rather refrain from being called Lieutenant Colonel. Director is already a frightening title, as is... Oh my. He is getting a chance to research brain parasites, plus being given the title of Director of a new clinic as camouflage. Plus it comes with staff and funding. He will even have support from the Defense Agency and the Minister of Health and Welfare, as well as a research lab with state-of-the-art equipment. No wonder he is laughing so excitedly. However, there are some risks too. Since he will be involved with this secret research, he has an obligation to keep it a secret. Also, he is going to an area plagued by mysterious and bizarre disease. There is no guarantee he will not contract it himself. But Irie is too young to even think about those things. Aware of all the risks, he quickly signed the contract with the ambition to have people recognize his talent once again. When I saw him sign the contract, I finally relaxed. I knew he would agree to join us, but at the same time I was afraid of the chance that he would refuse. Selecting a director proved more difficult than expected, and the only candidate Takano paired well with was Irie. So if Irie refused to take the position, then frankly, she would be placed in an even worse situation. Now that Irie has agreed to take the position, research on Hinamizawa syndrome can finally begin. The research center, or rather the clinic, will be completed next spring. The Ministry of Health and Welfare and the Defense Agency will send the best equipment and staff, plus an abundant supply of funds. Then finally, our research will begin in earnest. Everything is going well. Of course it is. I have put so much effort into making sure things went smoothly up to this point. Okay, that is it. Congratulations, Dr. Irie. Major, the contract has been signed. Thank you. I look forward to working with you. Dr. Irie, I look forward to working with you too. Takano-san, I hope we can get along. I will be devoting my best efforts to this. No, thank you. Let us both give our best. Now the position of director has been filled. Everything is set. That is great, just great. Congratulations, Takano-san. No, Major Takano, is it not? This was all possible thanks to your assistance. I must give my thanks to all of you. Oh, do not mention it, but we should save our congratulations until you finish your research. You are only at the starting line, are you not? Exactly. I will be devoting my every waking moment to this research. We can hardly wait to see the result of what Dr. Takano could not finish. Well now, Sensei, Let's not talk about business today. Let's have a toast to congratulate Takano-san and the Irie Institute. Hello everyone. I am Nagata from the Ministry of Health and Welfare. I would like to say a few things before the toast. Takano-san, make sure he works hard, okay? His research center will be supporting the Institute. If you need any technical support, just call him. Make him work hard. No, I have to thank you for your support. I am Takano. Pleased to meet you. Takano-san, let me introduce you to these gentlemen. Meet Tomitake-kun and Okonoki-kun from the Self-Defense Force. They are your backup from the SDF. I will let them introduce themselves. Nice to meet you. I am Tomitake. I have been commanded to serve as auditor of this project. I look forward to working with you. The funding for our research is largely coming from the SDF. It is only natural for the SDF to assign a watchdog to make sure reasonable research is taking place. However, someone in a position like that should be my opponent. Why was someone in that position invited to this private party? Does that mean the auditor is on my side too? Seeing that through groundwork, I could not help but feel the strength of having a sponsor all over again. I will not be staying in Hinamizawa. I will only come by routinely to check on the progress of the research. That is too bad. Hinamizawa is a beautiful place with clean air. Please come visit us anytime. Outside of work too. Thank you. I guess I will. If he really is an auditor, I should maintain a good relationship with this man. He will hold the key to all future adjustments of our funding, so long as we continue drawing it from the SDF. Oh, they actually gave us a sprite for Okonoki. Not what I was expecting, if I'm being honest. But okay. I am Okonoki. Nice to meet you all. He is the commanding officer of the Mail Dogs, one of our unconventional warfare units. They will be stationed in Hinamizawa to provide you direct support, Major. Should I consider you my bodyguard then? Their principal duty is guarding VIPs and preserving secrets. Think of them as your hands and feet and work them hard. Thank you. Tomitake seems to be an honest type for a military man, but this Okonoki person looks the complete opposite. His main job is to preserve secrets. I bet he is also good with espionage tactics like counterintelligence and information control. Yes, that would explain his demeanor. Since the SDF is funding our research on Hinamizawa syndrome, of course this is considered a military operation. Therefore, this research has to be done in secret. That is why a unit like this is necessary. Besides, it is very reassuring to have someone capable of combat working under me. I should maintain a good relationship with him too. Okay, enough introductions. Come on, Tomitake-kun, you can relax too. Let us put aside our ranks today and have a toast. While this is supposed to celebrate the establishment of the Irie Institute, Irie himself is not here. But that is his job after all. Irie is simply a puppet to fill a seat. Of course, I expect him to help me a little with his expertise, but he is ultimately an outsider. This was supposed to be a gathering where I would show my appreciation to those who helped me establish the Irie Institute, but has turned into them thanking me for all my efforts. I am always the one to pour alcohol for others, but today people are pouring alcohol in my glass. The new participants were trying to make me happy, and all the top people talked to me casually. They all praised my hard work and my efforts. My research is now recognized by many institutions, and I am ready to spread my wings open wide. And all the people who are expecting some returns, once the research accomplishes something, are trying to curry favor with me. But right now I am just very grateful, regardless of their motives. Let us have a toast to wish the best of luck to Mio Takano-kun, and also to the new Irie Institute. Rai Sensei. Please, leave the toast. It is like a dream. I know. This is just the beginning, and I should not be satisfied with this alone. But just for today, I can forget about everything else and enjoy this celebration. I am not a heavy drinker, but the drinks taste good tonight, and the more I drink, the happier I get. This really is wonderful. To be called Major by Tomitake and the others is wonderful too. That is the rank my grandfather had during the war. That means I have finally caught up with my grandfather. This is only the beginning. From here on, I intend to reach what my grandfather could not. This is the best night of my life. I ended up leaving to fix my makeup. I am filled with elation. I need to feel fresh air to calm myself down. My heart is about to explode because I am so happy. The gathering is taking place a little distance away from the main building. The restroom is in the main building, so I need to walk across the hallway. A beautiful and well-maintained Japanese garden is visible from the hallway. It is raining. I usually do not like rain. I do not mind it at all today. I feel like even the raindrops are congratulating me. The cool air feels pleasant on my hot skin. It took me a moment to notice how unsteady my footsteps had become. Maybe I drank a little too much. It is not like me to drink more than I can handle. Although this is a party, I do not want to embarrass myself, so I decided to cool off a little by looking at the beautiful Japanese garden. I found an elegant chair set on a red carpet nearby and sat down on it. Since I was with the associates until now, I was forced to constantly be on guard against embarrassing myself. But now that I was alone, I could let go and truly relax. When I looked up to the sky, I realized it is still raining hard, but in the distance the horizon is a little lighter. Maybe it will not be raining for much longer. Well, that is normal. Rain stops eventually. No matter how cold it is, or how hard it is raining, rain stops eventually. I saw a pair of sandals and an umbrella, almost inviting me, so I took them into the garden. The tasteless laughter coming from the party sounds far away. I tilted the umbrella and looked up to the sky. I felt the raindrops hit my face, and gazed up at the sky for a while, forgetting all about my hair getting wet. I thought the rain would cool down my boiling heart, but as my body got cold I started to feel miserable. My bare feet were all swollen, and the throbbing pain I felt made them seem twice their normal size. The gravel road continued forever. I did not even know what direction I was headed in anymore. I could no longer hear my pursuer. I had probably lost him by running through the woods like mad. My body was covered in scratches. I finally started to feel the pain from that. I felt both cold and hungry. There was no place nearby to take shelter from the rain. I was just on a little path in the woods. My worst fear was I would end up heading back towards the orphanage, after bolting and losing my sense of direction. I had crushed that man's feeling. I do not think I bit it off, I was sure it would leave a scar. Taking that into consideration, it was very clear to me what kind of torture awaited me back at the orphanage. Therefore, I would have to reach the house of love and mercy. If only it had been daytime, then I could easily have found the right way to go. However, with this rain, there was nothing I could do. I could not stop. I had to keep walking until I reached something. I wondered if Eriko and the others had escaped. I did not know how many people came after us, but at least one came after me. In other words, it meant they had a better chance. Did they reach the house of love and mercy? Were they drying themselves with soft towels? And if they still remembered me, would they save a towel for me too? I felt so cold. I wanted to find shelter and sit down, but there was nothing of the sort. I saw a tree that looked like I could take shelter under it, but the branches and leaves were dripping with water. It was then that I realized that the sky was gradually getting darker. Would this day end in rain? There were no street lights where I was. Soon enough it would be totally dark. Then I would not be able to walk any further. I just wanted to sit down, even if it was raining. But if I did sit down, I probably would not be able to stand up again. So I endured. If I had not escaped with Erica and the others, I would not have had to go through such misery. But compared to what I had to go through at the orphanage, this was nothing. Thinking about that was the only way to make myself move. But when I thought about that, it is true that this freezing cold rain was far better than my life at the orphanage. But that was only when compared to the life at the orphanage. Was it better than the normal lives of normal kids my age? I did not even need to think about that. When my parents were alive, although we were not rich, we led a normal life. The gentle smiles and forgivable selfishness. The sound of my mother cooking breakfast in the morning. The sound of a newspaper being folded. Precious memories like that. I did not need anything else. I had plenty of friends. I had fun at school. I did not like my teacher, but I liked studying. I had everything I needed. That was enough for me. I never complained. I never did anything bad. So why was this happening to me? Everything went downhill after that train accident. The die of fate kept rolling with one. The die never showed its good side to me. If the accident was my fault, I could have accepted it. But it was not. I was not even there. I waited for my parents at home. I liked going to the mall with them. We always had a meal at the restaurant in the mall. I always told them to let me know if they were going to the mall. But on that day they went without me, while I went to my friend's house to play. My friend was not in, so I went back home. I did not see anyone at home and found a note that said they were going to the mall. I regretted going to my friend's house. I waited at home. They did not come home. They were still gone by dinner time. I was getting hungry and got angry with my parents for leaving me. I thought they were having dinner at the mall restaurant without me. If I had not gone to my friend's house, I would be eating dinner at the restaurant too. I loved the little flags that came with the kids' meals. I was collecting those flags. Yes, I was. I was trying to collect 20 of them, thinking that once I collected 20, something wonderful would happen. But I could not collect 20 of them. I only needed one more. If I had one more, maybe the accident would not have happened. Or maybe the accident happened because you were trying to collect 20 and fate stopped you. Anyway, a very sad memory of a flag from a kid's meal. I kept waiting for my parents to come home from the mall. I was hungry, so I started to eat some dried fish. If I ate too much, my mother would find out, so I was careful not to gorge myself. Then the phone rang. I assumed it was from my parents. I answered the phone in an angry manner, but it was not them at all. What happened to the house? We had rented it, so maybe somebody else had already moved in. What happened to my room? What about my desk and all the flags that were in the right little drawer? If it was not my house anymore, then where was I supposed to go? Even if it remained my house, my parents would not be there to welcome me or protect me. Just because I did not have my parents to protect me, the whole world became so cruel. How could anyone take me away from the house I was used to living in, just because my parents were gone? Why did they not just leave me alone? They asked me many things. They tried to confirm many things. But how could I have understood any of the forms they gave me? I was asked a yes or no question. I had no choice but to answer yes. And before I knew it, I ended up at the orphanage. It was beyond heartless. I did not do anything wrong. I was just a little girl. I had to sign so many papers. But why this? The warm and gentle world ended suddenly without advance notice, and I was thrown into the cruel and merciless world alone. Was this the real world? Did I have any allies at all? Just because my parents died and I did not have any relatives, the world had become so sad. When is the die going to come up with a 6 instead of a 1 to make up for the continuous series of the latter? Tears were pouring down my cheeks. The salty taste further saddened and irritated me. The darkness was about to swallow me utterly. Would I have to sleep out there? God must have wanted me to die slowly in this cold rain, instead of preparing me an instant death by lightning. I wish the sun would go away. I wish the sun would never rise. I wish that, as the woods had grown completely dark, my existence would be hidden by that darkness. I wish that I could just disappear. Had it been an eternity, or was it a matter of seconds? I could not even tell time in such darkness. It was then that I saw something. It was a light. I noticed it only because the woods were so dark. But was it really there? Had it been there this whole time? I felt like the light was inviting me towards it. It was a fluorescent light. I did not normally like fluorescent lights because I always thought they looked cold. But I did not feel coldness from that white light. I made myself believe that the light was a guide sent by God. I had to believe, otherwise I would not be saved. The light reflected in a puddle. It was not a muddy puddle. It was a puddle of asphalt. I had made it out of the woods and was on a paved road. The light was a street light. Being on a paved road did not really resolve anything. It was just a country road. It was a road that went through the woods, so there were no houses, no shops, and not even a single car going by. There were not too many streetlights on the road, so it was still very dark. My feet touched the asphalt. It felt so different from the gravel I had been walking on earlier. It felt almost personal. My feet had grown used to walking on gravel, but after feeling the softness of asphalt, I never wanted to go back to the former again. I could only choose between hanging left or right. I was grateful to God for leading me to this asphalt road, but I wish that He had given me a little more guidance. Such a little bit of luck could not make up for all the unhappiness I had gone through. And that was when I sensed His guidance. I saw another light in the distance. It was only on the right side. I headed towards it, and when I got there I understood what it was. I was amazed to find it there. A telephone booth. Who would actually make a call in the middle of nowhere? A telephone booth in the countryside was rather unusual. There were plenty of red public phones all over, but I had always thought telephone booths only existed in big cities. It almost looked as though a telephone booth had been put there as punishment for doing something bad. When I thought that, I felt bad for the lonely telephone booth. It reminded me of myself. Even if I went inside the telephone booth, what could I even do in there anyway? I already knew the answer to that question.
Lucian Silver Scale said, "Is it a blue police box?"
No, unfortunately. That would solve some problems, wouldn't it? Welcome, Lucian, to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Now, if it was a blue police box in the middle of nowhere, that would probably be the doctor, wouldn't it? And that would solve all kinds of issues. The door squeaked as I opened it. There were lots of bugs fluttering around because of the light. I usually hated bugs, but in that moment I felt like they were my friends, sheltering from the rain like me. There was no heater, but it was still very warm inside of that booth. It sheltered me from the cold rain. Soon enough I crumbled to the floor. The warmth from the fluorescent light embraced me gently. I felt like it was telling me that it was okay to cry. but I had no more tears left because I cried them all when the lightning struck. Aching scratches covered my body. My calves were in pain too. Everything hurt everywhere, and I did not want to get up ever again. I wished I could fall asleep, but if I did that, the staff from the orphanage might find me. The windows on the booth were high up, so if I sat down, I would not be visible from the outside. As it was the only shelter in the dark woods, the staff would be sure to check it. That was why I could not stay there for long. Telephone booths from back then were not completely made of glass, so it was possible to hide inside them. My exhausted spirit understood that I had to move, but I just could not make myself. Maybe I was experiencing some kind of vision. I felt a strange calmness I had never experienced before. I did not feel that I was myself. It was very strange. I thought that maybe I was killed by that lightning. I had assumed I was still Miyoko Tanashi, but maybe I was not her at all. I seriously considered those things. Then I started to think that the telephone booth had something to do with it, because God led me there. He could not have done so just because it was providing shelter from the rain. There had to be something else. I wondered what it was. Could there be something in the booth that could save me? But what? A telephone booth was used to make a phone call, but I did not have any money. But then, I noticed something that looked like a copper. My heart skipped a beat. The 10-yen coin I saw was not there before. Did I just miss it? I did not think so. It must have just showed up. In other words, this 10-yen coin was guidance from God. He was telling me to make a call with that coin. But who? There was no telephone book. In that case, I could only call a number I knew. Did God want me to do that then? There was only one coin. I could only call one number. I could not talk that long. I had challenged God earlier, so it was just a matter of course to think that God was challenging me in return. I had only one chance, and He wanted me to test my luck with that chance. I left the phone booth and looked up at the sky. Then I yelled in my heart, "You are on, God." I wondered who I could call. Who? My house. My parents were dead and I had no relatives. Even if I called, nobody would answer. Actually, the phone bill would not have been paid for a long time, so the phone line would probably already be disconnected. My house was my last life itself. No, the debris of my life. Calling home would simply be an expression of regret, which ran counter to the positive attitude of one trying to change her life. So surely using the coin to call my house was wrong, which meant I had to cast this 10-yen coin towards my future. Future. My future. What future? Then I heard a huge thunderclap which cleared my mind. In that clear state of mind, I saw something from the past. It was the last sight of my father. His final moments on the hospital bed. Though suffering from pain, he tried to tell me something very important. If by chance I am to die, turn to Dr. Takano. Dr. Hifumi Takano. Say it for me. Hifumi Takano. That's right, Dr. Hifumi Takano. He is my former teacher. He will help you. Daddy. Many doctors came into the room in a hurry. He wanted to tell me something else, but the doctor stopped him from talking, so it was not audible. It should not have been, but it was to me. I heard it. I heard it, but I did not want to hear him say it while suffering, so I pretended that I did not hear it. He said while coughing, I heard it. They were numbers. I swallowed each one. That is right. It was a phone number. He knew nobody would take me in because we had no relatives. He told me to get in touch with him, Dr. Hifumi Takano. He tried to tell me his phone number. What had I done? He tried so hard using his last chance to tell me the most important thing. The thunder from earlier had made me remember it. The number I could not remember even once came out so smoothly. I dialed it in. This really was it. This was the number for my father's teacher, Dr. Takano, and my hand stopped just as I tried to put the coin in. What if I had not remembered it correctly? No, there was no need to hesitate. I had to believe in myself. This had to be the correct number. I had to dial it before I forgot it again. I picked up the phone and put the coin in. I heard the dial tone on the other end. At that point, I decided to kill myself if it did not work. I could go back into the woods and wait for another lightning bolt. I could lie down and let the rain water drown me too. I could also fall asleep in the middle of the road and wait for a car to run me over. I made up my mind to put the coin in. I did not hesitate any longer. I dialed the number at once. But I had to be careful. If you dial quickly, sometimes you can make mistakes. I was getting irritated and that almost made the phone number go vague in my head. I dialed the last digit and heard some electronic sounds on the other end. I hoped I dialed the correct phone number. I did not know what to say to Dr. Takano if it did connect. Where was I? What was I supposed to do? What was I supposed to ask him? I did not know any of those things. Making a call is not cheap. 1 10-yen coin would only buy me short time to talk. The line must have connected then. I heard a ringtone. I only had a short time once someone answered the phone. I thought for a moment that I should put the phone down. Then I could at least get the coin back. I could call back after sorting out my thoughts. But then someone answered. Hello, this is the Takano residence. I felt like I was suffocating. My memory had been correct. I could not tell the age of the speaker, but it was a grown man's voice. Anyone who was my father's teacher must have been quite old. Never mind that. I had to hurry and say something. Are you Dr. Takano? Dr. Hifumi Takano? Yes, who is this? He must have been suspicious. I could not blame him. A stranger was asking him about his name. Of course he would get suspicious. I am sorry. I am Tanashi. Miyoko Tanashi. Tanashi-san. Yes. My father told me to get in touch with you. His name is Takemitsu Tanashi. 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 Ah, Tanashi-kun. I remember him. His voice suddenly changed. Takano had remembered his old student. I am his daughter. He told me to call you. Did something happen to Tanashi-kun? Not good. I was going to run out of time. My parents died in a train accident, and I was told to call you. Tanashi-kun is dead. I see. Both of them? I am sorry to hear that. I knew him from when I was teaching at college. He was a very hard-working young man. I think the last time I saw him was at the wedding. Obviously, he did not know I was born, but he remembered my father. That was truly a stroke of luck. And what did Tanashi-kun want to tell me? Well, I did not know what to say. I was only told to call Dr. Takano. How could I tell him that? My time was running out. I felt more and more anxious by the minute. Phone calls were disconnected without notice, but somehow I sensed it. I only had enough time left for one sentence, so I decided to say one sentence filled with all my hopes. Help me. The phone call got disconnected. Maybe he only heard part of what I said. I could only hope he was able to sense my despair. I could not hear anything from the receiver anymore, but I actually talked to Dr. Takano. I confirmed that Dr. Takano existed. He existed and he remembered my father. If he grieved over his student's death, he would come to visit my house, and he would find out I was sent to an orphanage. Then he would come get me. That is when tears flowed down my cheeks again. I had thought that my life was hopeless. I never knew that finding even a grain of hope could make me feel so happy and strong. The voice I heard on the phone was so warm and dependable. My father must have thought about me for a long time in that hospital bed and came up with a name that he could trust his daughter with. Haifumi Takano. So I could trust Dr. Takano. I had to believe that he would find me, but it might take more than just a few days. I would have to wait patiently. A few days? A month? More? I could only wait patiently. Either way, I could not stay in the telephone box. The staff would easily find me there. I went out into the rain again, but this time the rain felt a little warmer than before. I had to wish to die by lightning, but after that phone call, I was filled with hope and the will to live. I wanted to live, and that was why I felt pain all over my body. When I still wished to live, I did not feel anything. I had to wait patiently until Dr. Takano came to pick me up. I had to get to the house of love and mercy. That would be the best place to wait for him. I did not think the orphanage would tell him I escaped to the house of love and mercy, but the house would not stop me from calling him. All I would have to do was call him again and let him know where I was. I did not know where I could find the house of love and mercy. I could not see any signs anywhere, and I did not even know what direction the orphanage I escaped from was in. I could not just stop. I had to walk. I had to find shelter. I had to find someone to ask for directions to the house of love and mercy. I had to keep going, because I finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. The chills and throbbing pain tormented me. I could not die until I met Takano-sensei. I wished a car would come by. If it was someone who lived in the area, I could ask. But the police would not do me any good. I was sure the orphanage had already called the police about our escape, and they would not be forgiving. The police were sure to send me back to the orphanage. Either way, I wished that someone would show up. Otherwise, I would have to keep walking on the asphalt in the darkness forever. How long did I walk? Still no car, just as I could not help but think that maybe the world perished, leaving behind only me. A car showed up. I sensed the car coming up behind me, so I turned around. I saw their headlights approaching me. I thought for a moment, should I stand in the middle of the street to stop the car? It was so dark. I did not think the car would notice if I just waved at it. If I were to stand in the middle of the street, I could get run over. While I thought the car was getting closer and closer, when I made the phone call, I panicked and did not know what to say. So with this car, I would have to think very carefully. If I couldn't think of anything, I should just let the car go. With those thoughts vaguely on my mind, I was incredibly surprised when the car slammed the brakes with a screech and came to a stop. Maybe I was not all there after that miraculous experience of lightning struck me in. I had half lost my mind in those dark woods, so I probably was not thinking very straight, because the car had stopped after recognizing me. In other words, the driver knew who I was, and the only people in the area who had recognized me were. Suddenly a chill ran through my whole body. I started to dash away. I heard a voice calling after me. I no longer had the strength to run. My feet were trembling and I could not make them cooperate. I realized then that I should not have sat down to telephone me. That was why I could not keep running. I was suddenly grabbed from behind, the collar of my clothes almost choking me. I heard fabric being ripped. I fell in a puddle and a staff member got on top of me. This time his finger was not in my mouth. All I could do was struggle. As I did so, I remembered all the scary stories Erica and the others told me. All the tortures the child who's caught had to endure. The drowned duck punishment, the squished caterpillar, and the splayed piggy. The names of those eerie-sounding punishments came to my mind. I screamed and struggled with all my might, but it was too late. I was shoved into the back seat of the car. Why could they not just let me go? Simple. They did not want me talking about them to anybody. The staff were yelling and screaming while chasing me, but once we were in the car, they went silent. It was like the Grim Reaper had come to get me. Whether I liked it or not, I had come to terms with the fact that my luck had run out. But I had called to talk to Kano-sensei, so I knew he would come to get me. I did not know when that would be, but I knew it would happen someday. So I wanted to live. I would be saved if I lived. I could not even imagine the kind of punishment that was waiting for me. But even so, I said to myself, I have to live. I had already found the light at the end of the tunnel. All I had to do was endure until I reached it. The car stopped. We had arrived at the front gate of the orphanage. The two staff members grabbed my shoulders so I would not run. My shoulders were very skinny, so it hurt a lot. I was scared. Scared of what I would have to go through. We went through the door and I was finally sheltered from the rain. In a way, I was not sheltered at all, though. It was the middle of the night and long past time to turn all the lights off. The orphanage should have been quiet. But I heard a noise. It was a strange noise. The noise of a shower. The noise of metal objects crashing into each other. Also the staff yelling and screaming. A chill went down my spine. What could I possibly write down to fully describe this fear? A staff member knocked on the door of the storage room, and the door opened. The moment it did, an angry roar issued from inside. The sight leapt into my eyes. I could not completely take in the bizarre scene before me. Two staff members were hitting a mat with bamboo swords while yelling violently. It was a mat used in, the one used when you do gymnastics. But why was it rolled up like that? The rolled up mat was tied with a string and was standing up in the corner. The staff members kept hitting it. Usually no words were said to a person. But why were they yelling at a rolled up mat? The way they were hitting and yelling at it, it was as if they had gone mad. But wait, I could see something sticking out from the top of the rolled up mat. It was... let me see. Whose shoes were those? All of a sudden, I froze and could not think anymore. One man stood in front of me. The man's pinky finger was wrapped in bandages. My eyes moved outward from his pinky finger and met with his. The beast's eyes met mine, peering with intent to devour me. I squeezed out a voiceless scream. My voice did not come out. so it was more like a goldfish opening and closing its mouth. The beast stuck his little finger in front of me and roared. I could not tell if it was a word or a meaningless shriek, but I was certain it was something abusive. I was scared. I did not want to die. I wanted to live. I knew that Dr. Takano would show up to save me. That was why I had to live and submit myself to the fear. I I am sorry. I am sorry. The hand with the bandages grabbed my hair and dragged me along. All I could do was apologize and beg for forgiveness, while hoping the beast had even a tiny bit of mercy in him. I was like a broken, apologizing doll. A mad doll that kept muttering apologies until its key wound down. I was their toy, shedding tears, coughing blood, and apologizing in place of clicking gears. I could see into the shower room while he dragged me along. The door was open and I heard wailing from the inside. What I saw was very strange. There was a locker on its side in the shower. What an odd sight. A locker was taking a shower sideways. I had never even imagined anything like it before. The locker was taking a cold shower, while two staff members hit with bamboo swords. That explained the metallic noise I heard before. The beast did not want me to see that. He pulled my hair violently and twisted my neck so that I looked in the opposite direction. Then I realized he did not do that to stop me from watching that shower. He did it to make me look at something else. I saw a window in the courtyard. Usually it was too dark to see anything, but the lights were on and the courtyard was very bright. Then I saw it, the side of the henhouse. What is that? That hair was Eriko's. But why was she? That was far too. I am sorry, I am sorry. I do not want to die. I knew Dr. Takano was coming to save me. I know he is coming. I was taken to the staff bathroom. It stunk of ammonia. Why was this in the bathroom, I thought. He is not Tanashi. This is your punishment for breaking the rules. Everyone must follow the rules. If you do not, you get punished. Do you understand? I am sorry. I will never do it again. I will do everything you tell me to do. I promise, I really do. Please, spare me. And still no tips. Interesting. Yep, no tips at all. Interesting. How long have I been crying? I do not even know how long I have been comforted like this. My grandfather's hand is on my cheek to comfort me. I am holding his hand lovingly and pressing my cheek against it. Are you okay, Grandpa? My grandfather put his other hand on my head. The warmth of his palms gradually calmed me down. Piles of documents were all around me. It was a mistake to sort through data while lying on a fluffy carpet. I must have fallen asleep and had a terrible dream. If you sleep facing down, the pressure on your chest makes it easier to have nightmares. It is getting quite late. Why do you not go to sleep, Miyoko? I am fine. I took a nap, so I am not sleepy anymore. I am almost done, so I am going to finish up, okay? You have school tomorrow. You should go to sleep, otherwise you'll get scolded for yawning again. I have been going to bed late recently. Because of that, I yawn a lot at school. My teacher must have written a note to my grandfather. I am fine. I will go to sleep as soon as I am done. So please let me finish, okay? Besides, you should not mind me. Go back to your study and continue with your article. The day for him to present his findings is approaching. He has been working so hard, devoting himself to his research, but there's unfortunately a limit to what an individual can do. He needs a collaborator in order to go further with his research. He has to explain that his investigation could be the key to solving the mysteries of human behavior and make people understand just how important his work is. But as his research is about a very complicated subject, so he could not seek assistance from just anyone. Someone will be able to help him one day. Believing that, my grandfather earnestly continued his research. I want to help him more, but all I can do is sort through his data and tidy up his materials. I also assist him around the house so he can concentrate more on his research. He always tells me how helpful I am, but that is not enough for me. I will study hard, get into a good college, and learn many things so I can actually be of assistance to his research. I am a mediocre student right now, and I do not particularly like school, but I will do it. I want to help my grandfather. If
Stream Elements said. Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate.
his heart were to fail and he could not continue his research, I would not hesitate to cut open my chest and offer my heart up for him. If he needs lungs, I will give him my lungs. If any of his organs fail, I will give him mine. There is nothing strange about those feelings. They are perfectly normal ones. For if he had found me even a day later, I might not have been alive. Or even if I lived, it would either be without my body intact, or with my mind lost to me. In other words, I am alive because my grandfather came to save me. If he had not rushed to find me, I would not be here. So I will not hesitate to give up my life for him. Moreover, I would be more than happy to do that. Even though I want to be with him forever, human lives are not immortal. Just like how my parents died. It happened so suddenly, without any warning. I will never heal from my parents' deaths. But now that I have my grandfather, I am not sad. However, his existence is not eternal either. He may disappear all of a sudden for any unexpected reason. Just like my parents. That is why I wish to be part of him. That way, no matter what happens, we will be together forever. I do not want to be alone ever again. I want to be with my grandfather forever. I want to help him forever. Okay, then be sure to go to sleep after you finish this, okay? Promise? Yes, I promise. We pinky promised after that. We smiled at each other and my grandfather went back to his study. The dried up tears are making my cheeks itch. I headed to the bathroom to wash my face and brush my teeth. I looked at my face in the mirror. None of my grandfather's features are recognizable on my face. Of course they are not. We are not related. He must have had family too, but I have never heard about them. He does not seem to want to talk about that subject, so I do not ever ask him about it. I do not care if he has a real grandchildren or not. Even if I am not related to him, I am a granddaughter of Hifumi to Takano. I am not just a granddaughter either. I want to be more than that. I do not want a parent and child relationship, nor a lover's relationship. Nothing like that. I want something more absolute that binds our souls, something that not even a tragedy can destroy. I am Miyoko Takano, Hifumi Takano's granddaughter. Maybe it should be Mio instead. That is what my grandfather sometimes calls me. I want to succeed Hifumi's spirit. Since his name counts from 1 to 3, I want us to share that 3 and be the 4th in his line. Today, my name changes. I wrote that new name in the mirror, Mio Takano. What a wonderful name for the new me. Colonel, sir. Good to see you again. Takano-kun. Come on, no more Colonel stuff. I was worried when I heard you were ill. You sure look great now. My grandfather always told me he does not have any friends. He used to tell me everyone died in the war, but that is not true. He has one very close friend. This is him. He is an elderly man my grandfather calls Colonel Koizumi. I do not know exactly where they met, but every time they get together, all they talk about is the military and the war, so I guess that is where they met. Look at you, Mio-chan. How tall are you now? We just had a physical checkup the other day, and I think I have grown 2 centimeters. That is wonderful. Good girl. Make sure you eat well, play a lot, and grow big and healthy. I envy you, Takano-kun, for having such a cute granddaughter. Mr. Koizumi knows that my grandfather and I are not related, but he always calls me his granddaughter. That makes me very happy, so I poured a little more black tea in his cup. After I finished serving tea, I left with a bow. I want to stay and listen to them talk, but I guess my grandfather does not want me to hear stories of the war, so he always makes me leave. I left before I was told to, but having to leave does not mean I need to go to a different room. I just head to the other side of this huge living room instead. Although I am not right by them, I can still sit on a sofa and listen to their conversation. And if they need something, I can come help them right away. I try to earn points that way to prove I am useful. I sat on a sofa away from them and started reading an encyclopedia. While doing that, I tried to listen to their conversation. That is great. The professor said they want to come on over Sunday, the week after next. Really? Thank you very much, Koizumi-san. Do not mention it. This just means the report you wrote was that interesting to Kano-kun. They are showing a lot of interest. They even said it is possible that this research could receive the Nobel Prize. A Nobel Prize? That sounds wonderful. My grandfather laughed. Since he laughed so cheerfully, something great must have happened. Koizumi must have showed the society the essay my grandfather was about to announce, and gauged their reactions, and supposedly they find it extremely interesting. That means they recognize the value of my grandfather's research. That makes me happy, too. But what worries me is that you will get infected with the syndrome yourself. Make sure you do not end up clawing out your own throat, okay? Well, maybe I am already infected, but Hinamizawa syndrome is harmless if you live a normal life. It was a dangerous disease back when the villagers believed in Oyashiro-sama and bound themselves with strict rules, but those have faded over time, and now people rarely show symptoms unless something major happens. After that many cases, a patient's emotional state has a lot to do with how the syndrome develops. As long as you live a normal life, there is nothing to worry about. So when one is under a lot of pressure, like during the war, the disease gets worse. That is right. Well, there is nothing to worry about. The subjective symptom of the initial stages is a paranoia akin to that in depression. Once you notice it happening, you can teach yourself to relax, emotionally and physically, by using my breathing method. And you should also get at least 9 hours of sleep a night over a 1 week period. That's how you prevent it from worsening. In fact, of all the Hinamizawa soldiers under my direction, not even one died mysteriously. As he talks, Grandfather started demonstrating the Takano breathing method, a bizarre exercise technique. According to him, this technique relaxes the body and lets blood and lymphatic fluids flow smoothly. As a result, you can relax emotionally too. But the movements involved in the technique are so weird. I had to look away because my grandfather looked so silly. That was the one thing about his research that I felt bad about. Grandfather asked me to do this exercise too. I do not want to make him sad, so I do it when instructed. I am glad to hear that. Hideo Noguchi died in the middle of his research, so please be careful, okay? However, Noguchi-sensei's great work is still acknowledged even after his death. As a researcher, I am sure that was his long-term goal. Grandfather tells me about Hideo Noguchi often. He was born as the son of a poor farmer, but he studied hard and became a doctor. However, he was mistreated because of his background, so he left Japan. He moved to the United States. There he made many accomplishments as a researcher. He discovered a vaccine for yellow fever. Grandfather's background is somewhat similar to his, so he often said that of all researchers, he admired him the most. Hideo Noguchi died in North Africa. While he discovered a vaccine for yellow fever, he heard it was not effective on yellow fever in North Africa. He went there to research it, came down with the disease, and died. A researcher losing his life for his research. Sometimes that's a test of a researcher's courage. In that sense, Grandfather is very brave to visit Hinamizawa himself to gather information. He himself says he may already be infected, although my grandfather estimates from ancient texts that the Hinamizawa syndrome is only a menace centuries ago, and now is no different from the usual bacteria that share a symbiosis with humans. Many people become ill with the disease during the war, but that was because they were in an extremely abnormal situation. In today's peaceful environment, it is almost impossible for a person to develop symptoms. He sounds very optimistic, but he never brought me with him to Hinamizawa, so maybe he is not as optimistic as all that. However, since I live with him, there's a possibility that I am already infected as well, but I am not worried at all. That is because my grandfather has taught me that as long as I maintain myself physically and emotionally, I will not develop any symptoms. I know all about the horrible terminal symptoms of Hinamizawa syndrome, but I am not overly fearful of them. Grandfather is enjoying his conversation with Mr. Koizumi. That is understandable. Mr. Koizumi told him some people showed great interest in his report. They even want to come over on Sunday, the week after next, to meet and talk to him directly. With the rapid advance of modern medicine, unexplored frontiers are steadily dwindling. Was it possible the Hinamizawa syndrome my grandfather discovered might be a new continent in the field? It will be decided in 2 weeks. It sounds like there will be more than one person coming, and it also sounds like they are all important people in the society. They are all rich and famous, yet they are not satisfied with just that. They all want to be involved with something that is worth an international award. This is a chance to gain assistance and sponsorship at the same time. I will see you in 2 weeks. I will make sure to be here. Good luck. Thank you very much. I owe you everything. It is too early to say that. Let us wait until you find some sponsors. When that time comes, Let's have a toast with that treasured wine of yours." That was the last of their conversation. My grandfather kept his head bowed until Mr. Koizumi was gone. It sounded like he set up this great chance for my grandfather, so I bowed my head just like him. "Did you hear that? Finally, there's a chance for me. There are people who are interested in my report." "I know, I heard. Now you'll have people to fund you and people to help with your research." Well, that is not set in stone yet. Although he did not want to admit it, he had a good feeling about it. The research he had conducted all alone was finally about to gain recognition. Sunday, the week after next. Quiet. I will be busy. Their first impression depends on my presentation. I have to rearrange my data. I probably should practice explaining things in front of people. Anyway, I have to make sure I do not forget anything. It will be a lot of work to rearrange your data. Your handwriting is bad, so maybe you should write bigger. Anyway, I will be busy. The next 2 weeks will go by fast. You are right. I will help you too. All the formalin jars have to be dusted. Also, we will need to straighten the curve on our rolled up documents. Do you think leaving them laid out under the rug overnight would fix it? We have plenty of things to do. Mio, could you help me? Of course. I will skip school for it. No, you cannot miss school. We laughed together, thrust our fist into the air, and motivated ourselves to work hard toward the week after next. Since that day, my grandfather spent more time in his study. It is not easy to create a report that you are going to show other people. Copying machines had not been invented back then, so everything had to be handwritten. He knows it is somewhere, but he just cannot remember where he put the data he needs. As for me, I have to make sure I have enough guest cups to serve tea, so I am counting them. Do I have enough tea leaves? Maybe I should get something to go with tea. My grandfather knows nothing about these things. There is a whole list of chores to do. I need to clean the windows so the room will be bright. What else? The 2 weeks pass quickly while we busy ourselves getting things done. What a wonderful 2 weeks it is. I can finally feel that I am actually doing something to help my grandfather with his research. I hope the day of the meeting will be a memorable one for my grandfather. I hope that day will be a beautiful and clear one. Just as I wish the day is beautiful. Evening. My grandfather, having dressed formally, paced around his study, nervous. I am also in a beautiful dress. I've only worn it once before at my piano recital, but I am not nervous like my grandfather. His silly nervousness actually relaxes me. Are they here yet? Grandfather looked out of the window. Then a black car stopped in front of the gate. Back then, a car was a luxury item. I do not think I had even one classmate whose family owned a car, so it only makes sense that the men coming out of the car looked respectable. Grandfather and I ran out to welcome them. Welcome. I am Takano. Thank you for coming today. May I take your jacket? I greeted them and filled the role we decided ahead of time, though my being relaxed by my grandfather's silliness ended at that point. Both my grandfather and I were stiff with anxiety as we greeted them now that the moment was here. Nice to meet you, Doctor. And hello, young lady. Are you his granddaughter? Yes. Mio, please say hello. Very nice to meet you. I am Mio Takano. What a good girl. I am here in place of Koizumi-sensei. Something came up and he cannot make it today. He is very sorry. I see. I am sorry to hear that. The person who set up everything is not here. My grandfather even had his treasured wine ready, just as they promised 2 weeks ago. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is Dr. Hifumi Takano. Dr. Takano was a leading member of the research center for the prevention of epidemics in Manchuria during the war. He made many advances in developing synthetic food and synthetic alcohol as measures against malnutrition and ration shortages. Nice to meet you. Pleasure to meet you. Thank you for having me. The men are even older than my grandfather. They take off their hats one at a time to greet him. Their beards, expensive-looking canes, and glasses tell me they are very high up in society. Grandfather bows to each one of them. Everyone, please come into the study. Please excuse the mess. Come on, come in. Mio, serve tea for everyone. Yes. I was not nervous at all earlier, but now I think I am the most nervous one. I am not the one making the presentation, and I am not the one being evaluated, so it is ridiculous that I am feeling so nervous. I do not know if I should use that as my excuse. But I was so nervous I knocked over the thermos I had filled to the brim with hot water, and ruined the black tea I had chosen specifically for this day. I apologized to my grandfather and started to boil water again. I just need enough for the guests. By the time I had cups of tea and cookies ready, grandfather's presentation was at its key part. It pierces the blood or lymph vessels and spreads to the spinal cord, and from there it travels along the cerebrospinal fluid to the brain. I have confirmed many cases of encephalitis after autopsies. Eosinophilic meningoencephalitis is known to be caused by roundworm, and we predict its behavior to be extremely similar. Grandfather said, walking between samples of formalin jars and pointing to several as he gave his explanation. There are over 100 formalin jars in here with parts of brains in them. They were all very dusty, so I spent a few days cleaning them. I am rather proud to see the sparkling jars all lined up like this. However, roundworms induce an extremely wide range of symptoms. A headache, narcosis, derangement. None of those are characteristic symptoms of roundworms. On the other hand, symptoms of Hina-Mizawa syndrome are very specific to that disease. You are saying one of them is to claw out one's own throat, yes? Exactly. Some soldiers witnessed it just before their fellows died. Such self-mutilation was never seen before in any disease. It only occurs in Hina-Mizawa syndrome. Also, since that symptom was only seen with terminal stage patients, I believe that is the means of exodus, something you've seen before in several parasites. Parasites mature inside of an organism, reproduce, then leave the host and look for the next one. So what do you think about the fact that the cases were only seen in soldiers from Hina-Mizawa, even though other soldiers touched her blood, which must have been full of parasitic eggs or larvae? Don't you think there was a possibility of them getting infected? I suspected things like an incubation period, but since it was limited to people from the Hina-Mizawa region, I believe something such as unique local climate must play a role. I will talk about that in the next part, but the ancient indigenous beliefs of Hina-Mizawa have. That cannot be possible, Dr. Takano. I have never heard of parasites behaving socially. Yes, well, that is one of the revolutionary discoveries in the Hina-Mizawa syndrome. The elderly gentlemen mumbled to each other while pointing at the data. With that, I finally realized things are not going too well. Dr. Takano, I have been reviewing your data while listening to your gracious presentation. First of all, it is simply impossible for parasites to control human minds. Human thoughts are controlled by the brain, which is a work of art created by God. Furthermore, ideology is an extremely advanced aspect of human thought. It is an advanced capability bestowed only to humans on this planet. Yet you would say parasites intervene in that? Please, that is absurd. I agree. Ideology can also be considered a manner of thought that prioritizes the whole over the individual. In other words, that's the most important prerequisite condition for society. There is no way parasites would be gifted with that, when their only demand is to pass on their genes. In the field of biology, there has never once been a discovery of soci, sociality, or eusociality within parasites. But there are cases of parasites interfering with the host behavior. You are misunderstanding one thing, Dr. Takano. The principle that drives parasites capable of controlling their host is always reproduction and propagation. It is only that primitive concept. Even in the example you used before, of a rat infected with Toxoplasma gondii, losing its aversion to cats, the altered behavior is simply a means to let their host be eaten by a better host in order to change hosts. That is just like a grasshopper infected with a horsehair worm drowning itself. Once a horsehair worm matures, it becomes aquatic. When that happens, it guides the grasshopper to the water and drowns it, then enters the environment it has adapted for. Exactly. The suicidal act of clawing at one's throat corresponds to that in the case of Hinamizawa syndrome. For example, guinea worms escape the body by having the host scratch the affected area. Indeed, the purpose of all these parasites is reproduction, for them to infest the brain, God's masterpiece. No, infecting the brain itself is not that strange. But to say they infest and influence human ideology is frankly delusional. In fact, that is a dangerous idea. I do not think it is that strange that Hinamizawa, an isolated culture, developed its own unique faith. There are actually many examples of that all over Japan. So are you saying all of them were due to parasites? Or that they were all due to cultural reasons? Except the one in Hinamizawa, which was caused by parasites? How do you establish the distinction? Well, as I said, in my autopsies on the Hinamizawa soldiers who died in the war, there was sufficient evidence to believe. Excuse me, Dr. Takano. I do not think you have gathered enough case studies to call it clinical data. Furthermore, as you said, it was during the war. No, I mean, as I explained in the next part, Hinamizawa syndrome develops when one experiences suspicion, nervousness, and stress, and becomes emotionally unbalanced. I think it is a unique approach to suspect some manner of commonality, if there were several cases of unique and bizarre self-mutilation such as clawing one's own throat out. Yet that is all the more reason it is unreliable. Maybe it was just a coincidence that such rare cases happened under abnormal circumstances like the war. I believe you witnessed conversions of coincidences, entrapped in a gestalist view, delude yourself into finding a pattern. To prove otherwise, you would need an enormous amount of clinical data on Hinamizawa syndrome patients, but ethically that is impossible to prove. The natives' act of recognizing it as a curse suggests it is more within the realm of culture-bound syndromes, and you think that is a delusional parasitic disease? I hate to say this, but I think you admire the beliefs of the Hinamizawas a little too much, and as a result, you yourself have become taken in by their culture-bound reactive syndrome. Actually, that happens quite often with people who research more unusual fields of study. We are trying to be careful ourselves. The more they talk, the paler my grandfather's face becomes. I was just stunned myself. I have never heard of parasites like that. That is impossible. It was just a coincidence that there is not enough data. The talk goes on, and every time grandfather says something, they dismiss it like that. Before he knew it, my grandfather could only hold his silence before their criticisms. Well, no revolutionary discovery is accepted at first. Maybe this research of yours is one of these things. Even if it's ridiculed at first, it may achieve recognition in later years. That happens all the time. I am just an amateur. I am just a private researcher who did not graduate from an elite college, nor do I belong to any academic clique. I do not have any connections with experts or research centers. That is why this is all I can do. Is the Hinamizawa syndrome real, or is it just my delusion, just like you all say it is? To find out, I need your help. Of course, if this was the discovery of the century, it would create a major uproar. After all, you are suggesting that human culture and ideology is all the will of parasites, and our frontal lobe is a place for them to live. What an audacious theory. If a link between the existence of this Hinamizawa syndrome and the disease carrier's belief in Oyashiro-sama could be established, then it would be possible to explain all religions. No, all cultural divisions on Earth. What a magnificent and unique idea. Dr. Takano, instead of showing people like us your essays in secret, you should publish a book about it for the general public. Grandfather looks at the ground, his fist trembling a little, but their words were far too cruel. I do not know anything about academics. I am just a little girl. I do not know exactly what they are talking about, but Grandfather worked so hard by himself until today. But to prove his research and delve further into it, he needs sponsors. Yet those sponsors are casting him away, calling his research a delusion. That is outrageous, like asking which came first, the chicken or the egg. Besides, if his research was at the level those cheeky men want to see, he would not need their help. But they are saying that they cannot help him unless they see some results that are beyond the level of private research. In any field, does not research always start out with just a little idea? If you can't prove its existence beforehand, then what is the point of researching it to begin with? If a wild idea cannot be the subject of research, how do you gain any knowledge at all? But never mind that. When Mr. Koizumi came 2 weeks ago, did he not say they were really interested in his research? What is going on? This is the complete opposite of what he said. Yes, I think this is very interesting research. The human brain still holds many secrets. Dr. Takano's idea is an extremely unique one. It seems impossible to ignore, especially from a eugenics perspective. Humans are not God's children. We are simply animals who underwent the baptism of evolution. As such, according to Darwin, there will be differences in that evolution based on environment. In other words, humans can either be superior or inferior. As a nation, we must think how we can maintain good bloodlines and how we can leave good genes behind. If we do not raise that as a national policy and research towards it, then by the next century, mankind may fall into a fatal position on the hierarchy. Dr. Takano's research has the potential of encompassing more than just parasitic diseases. If the evil, inferior humans we should not let breed can actually be explained by disease instead of genetics, then it becomes possible to correct their behavior through surgery. As a result, we can leave wonderful people for our future. From the eugenic point of view, Dr. Takano's research should get started immediately. It is possible that this could be the greatest discovery since Moniz's invention of the lobotomy. If causality between infectious diseases and an individual's nature could be established, this would be more than Nobel Prize worthy. Koizumi-sensei, thank you for giving us this chance. Takano-kun is a single-minded and passionate man, but he is not good at dealing with people. He has been working on his research all by himself, but now he has hit the limit of what one person can do, and he needs help. Please, everyone, listen to what Takano-kun has to say. Oh, you do not even need to ask, Sensei. We are the ones who should be thanking you for this opportunity. We are already willing to help him. In fact, the more urgent matter will be arranging jurisdictions within society. I would like to thank you for giving me an opportunity to be involved in such a unique research project at this age. There was a knock on the door. The sliding door opened and the owner peeked in. Excuse me, there is someone asking for you. May I bring him? Someone. Who could it be? The owner whispered into Koizumi's ear, and his face turned pale all of a sudden. Please, let him in. I will come greet him with you. As Koizumi stood up, two pairs of footsteps reached the door. Sensei, I did not expect you to be here. Koizumi-kun, long time, no see. I have something I need to tell you today. Yes, if you need to tell me something, I am all ears. Please, go ahead. The old man known as Koizumi was not someone whose status could be taken lightly. Although he had retired, he was still powerful enough to wield great influence as a fixer. So from his meek attitude, it was easy to figure out what kind of person this man must be. The old man held onto his bodyguard's shoulder as he walked. He had an expensive-looking cane in his other hand. He could not even walk on his own because of his old age, but his intense, commanding presence had not declined one bit. I will get straight to the point. Your friend's research. You need to put a stop to that. What do you mean? Koizumi-kun. He must take his knowledge of Hinamizawa syndrome to his grave. Nobody should touch it. If anyone looks into it, well, if you poke a bush, a snake will come out. A big, fat snake, too. It would pain me just to watch you get swallowed by it. That is why I'm here to give you some advice. Can your friends wait for a little? So how about it? Do you want to have some drinks with me in a different room? Yes, I will come with you straight away. Koizumi realized that he was being pressured. He did not know which direction it was coming from, but clearly some authorities were not comfortable with the research on Hinamizawa syndrome and were trying to stop him from supporting it. Koizumi-kun, do you remember the Marco Polo Bridge incident? This is utter nonsense. We came here today expecting to hear a more objective side. Normally, we would not come all the way here for something like this, but since Koizumi-sensei asked us, we did not have a choice. This really was a waste of time, but in a way, it was a good thing we came. We are able to give you some advice. You should take up bonsai instead of wasting the rest of your life on this. Bonsais are great. I agree. It is not healthy to just stare at form jars in the study. But it sure is a unique subject. If you want, I will introduce you to the chief of a publishing company. The general public loves things like this, you know. They are not even trying to hide their hostility. They are laughing at my grandfather, denouncing him, and saying things to denigrate not only his research, but his personality as well. If they are simply trying to provoke him, any response would just be giving them what they want. Even in this very moment, grandfather tried to remain a noble researcher and a proud human being. He is no longer trembling. On the contrary, he apologized to them for taking up their time and told them he had no intention of keeping them any longer. We will give this article back to you, though it would be so much easier if we could actually call it an article. One of the elderly gentlemen tossed it back at him. Grandfather could not catch it in time. The article he worked so hard on fell onto the floor, and the papers scattered all over on the carpet. The elderly gentleman left the study without even apologizing for it. Everyone else followed suit. As they left, they trod all over my grandfather's article. It looked like grandfather's expression did not change, but I could see it warping. I could see the wall of research grandfather bore, crunching and warping sadly. I jumped. I grabbed onto the elderly gentleman's leg. I do not hate him. If I were asked if I hated him or not, the answer would be yes, but that is not the point here. What I really cannot stand is his foot stepping all over my grandfather's article. Do not step on it. Do not step on it. Grandpa worked so hard on it. Do not step on it. I just want to move the foot that's standing on his papers, but the foot does not move, no matter how hard I push or pull, as if it is rooted to the floor. I felt someone grabbing me from behind. It was my grandfather. Please excuse my granddaughter. Do not worry about this. We will clean it up. Do not step on them. I am telling you not to step on my grandpa's article. My screams do not mean a thing to them. They completely ignored my screams. They continued to step on the papers and left the study. Only my grandfather and I remain in there now. My grandfather is still grabbing the back of my collar. I do not have words left to say, only cries. My grandfather is determined not to show any emotion. He does not even open his mouth, so I have to cry for him. Just then, my grandfather slapped me in the face. That startled me. I am crying for him, so why did he slap me? Then I understand. Grandfather is one who wants to cry, but he is enduring, so I should not cry either. I wiped my ears, my eyes, and my runny nose. Then I silently turned my eyes to the papers on the carpet, just like my grandfather. Sorry, Mio. I do not understand why he is apologizing. I thought he was going to complain about the rudeness. If I had worked harder, this would not have happened. Until today you helped me so much, and it was all for nothing. Sorry about that. How courageous he is. Even after that disaster, he is still concerned about me. I shook my head and put my hands on the floor. I tried to gather up the papers, but then they began to fall. My tears are overflowing again, blurring the ink on the papers. These are all handwritten by grandfather. He was so happy that finally there was someone who understood his research. He was so happy. He spent all night writing these, but they stepped on them. They might as well have stepped on my grandfather's very soul. I did not work hard enough. If I had done more, this would not have happened. Sorry. I am so sorry. I will work even harder. I will not give up because of something like this. I do not know if he is saying that to me or to himself. Do not worry. God is watching. I have to believe that I will gain recognition. That day will come. That is why I have to keep working harder. Grandfather says that all the time. But I know the truth. God only plays with people's fate. He does not save anyone out of goodwill. That is why he let this happen to my grandfather, even though he has worked so hard and so humbly until today. That is why he let such a horrible thing happen to me when I was still an innocent little girl. Grandfather keeps repeating himself, but I know the truth. God exists. The existence grandfather believes in is real, but there is no mercy to be found in God. He delivers unreasonable fates and makes us call it a challenge. I cannot tell my grandfather that, of course. I asked God once more, like I did on the day of the thunderstorm. Why? Why can you not give my grandfather's effort and hard work the recognition it deserves? Grandfather told me that he'll gather up the papers, so I should put away the teacups. I nodded silently and put the teacups that had not even been touched onto the surfing cart. As I pushed it out of the study, Grandfather told me. He told me to close the door after I leave. I always close the door when I leave. He does not need to remind me, but that is what he wants, so without saying anything, I closed the door. Then as I walked away from the study, I heard my grandfather sobbing. Tears filled my eyes once more, sadness and disappointment. I almost feel angry with myself for not being able to do anything for him. Then I felt a cool breeze on my wet cheeks. The breeze was blowing in from a cracked open window. The curtain was flapping gently in that breeze. I heard the cry of the Higurashi. As I listened to them, I calmed down gradually. If I can ease grandfather's pain by crying, I will cry in his place, but that will not help. On the contrary, he started to cry because I did. I am being useless here. I remember that day. I remember the reason why I am alive now. If he had not come and saved me, I would have spent the last days of my life lying in the corner of the bathroom as a human-shaped piece of meat. Grandfather saved me. He gave me back my rights. The right to walk, the right to stand up, the right to wear clothes, the right to eat, the right to speak, and the right to think. In other words, the right to live as a human being. Grandfather took action right after he got the phone call from me. He found my house, and he found out which orphanage I was sent to after struggling through the sloppily filed records of the public office. Then he saved me. Of course, he was working on his research then. He spent his precious research time on saving me, a perfect stranger. I vowed that if his heart failed, I would rip out my heart and give it to him. But of course, his heart is fine, so he does not need a heart. He needs something else that is equally important. That is something only I can give him in this whole world. I clenched my fists and held them so tightly that my nails left marks. I now know what I am supposed to do with this new life as Mio Takano. I finally know. I know the reason why the new me was born. I know the purpose of Mio Takano. To fulfill a wish and move a desired future. The strength of a string is how strong your will is. A noble and strong wish will come true. I thought I knew of my grandfather's greatness, but I actually did not know the half of it. For me to be able to really help him, I have to reach his level. All my lessons lead back to my grandfather. There was not a single subject I could ignore. Right now, studying hard is what I can do for him. I have been a teacher for a long time, but I have never seen such a hard-working student. You have learned not only academically, but socially as well. You have made a great deal of friends. I have a goal which I can only reach by studying hard. Also, I know how powerless an isolated genius is. That is why I needed to learn to socialize. That is not enough. I am not even close to where I want to be. Entering college is only a step forward. What matters is what I learned there. I am not even close. I am not even close to being able to help my grandfather. I am so proud of you. You can go to Tokyo or Ochanomizu University or any college of your choice. Nothing will stop you. The most important thing for you is that the school will teach you what you want to learn. A big decision that inhabits into my soul. If my life is heavier than the earth, then my decision is heavier than the earth. Do I have what I need to be able to truly understand Hina-Mizawa syndrome and help grandfather in his research? I do not need compromises or excuses. The heights I seek are lofty and precipitous. This is not enough, not even close. My classmates are such idiots, acting as if they are winners in life just because they entered this school. A college is simply a place to learn what I need to know. If this self-proclaimed best school is not worth my time, I am not interested. I did not expect a talented woman like you to end up at this parasite research center. I am sure everyone wanted you. I assumed you were interested in something bigger. I want to study and research parasites. I have worked hard to earn the right to study here. Am I not qualified to learn? Yes, of course. There is no reason why we would refuse someone who got the top score on the entrance exam. Welcome to the Parasite Research Center. People usually are not that interested in our field. There are not too many researchers who study it. That is why there is still a lot of unknown elements compared to other fields. That is quite true. The study of parasites is a mysterious world, or rather it is an ignorant one. An ignorant world where the preconception that parasites cannot possibly control humans pervades, and those ignorant people laughed at grandfather and stepped all over his article. There are still many unsolved mysteries in the world of parasites. I am here to solve them. I came here to help the people who want to solve them. A wish that is guaranteed to come true is not called a wish. That is not fate, not a wish. I weave fate. Fate is an absolute power to control people in the world, not just an individual.